start the recording.
Done.
Someone do recap.
Oh, we're missing Mike.
Okay,
so
he'll be an hour late.
He'll be here later, and I have plans.
the previous episode, we fought a gangster and his magical gun of fire, and then demons showed up. And then the previous episode, we investigated the crime scene?
They were not demons, they were elementals.
The magical FBI coerced us into helping them look into the situation.
Oh,
Yes.
Course and more of a we struck a deal to get paid for our cooperation.
Wait, how much are we getting paid?
I'm trying to remember the exact number. I thought it was like 30 gold pieces a piece. 35. I need to look at the recording again.
I'm in. Deal.
The number I forget, but essentially we're supposed to be investigating this issue, retrieve the gun from him, and then.
But didn't we figure out like the gun? Like nothing was planned. It was just like, yes. Perfect storm of situations. Elementals showed up.
It provided the right environment to effectively cause a door to the elemental plane to open up.
A bunch of elementals have been appearing in various places, and his gun probably just triggered some more of them.
Right, but you call them elementals, but they were all like.
Which is a type of elemental.
I understand recap is your guys' thing, but I will remind you what Kreia said, is that mephits are, as creatures, inherently, they are made of two elements combining. And as such, they are they physically and mentally are inherently unstable. So that's why they are vindictive, violent, sinister beings.
Little bastards.
Yes, they're little bastards. Thank you.
So Swobo is a mephit, is what I'm hearing.
No. Swolbo's an aberration.
Yeah.
Swobo is a force of nature.
Swobo is a mephit made of fire and meat.
Yeah, meat.
The meat elemental.
Yeah, the elemental plate of meat. Everyone knows it. It's everyone's favorite place.
It's if you go to get a plate of meat, you have to basically roll or take psychic damage and get a point of madness.
Yes. All right. You are all correct. Last time, you got interrogated by several people and eventually worked out a deal with this Kreia character to help deal with this small local problem as a part of this wider elemental phenomenon. Is very much an you scratch my back, I scratch yours thing, where she will help you get rid of this guy and you will help her handle this elemental thing, hopefully, or investigate it. Magic and stuff. Anyway.
The original purpose was to get the gun, but now that's kind of like...
the gun.
Yeah, I mean, getting the gun is... Yes.
Yeah. It's number one priority, but now we got other issues popping up.
Correct.
And we also got jumped by mephits, and we kicked their ass.
Yes. Okay. So, Dane is gone.
Still here in spirit.
I see.
He's
You're in the kitchen.
Projecting.
Yeah, he's in the kitchen. In that case, I will say that has happened. Adventure has taken place. You all get a long rest.
Loggers.
Actually, did we level up finally?
In response to that, I want to say that just as a reminder, every time you finish a long rest, humans, you get heroic inspiration.
Yeah, I got a point of sunset.
Yes.
Or sunrise.
So I will say let's gotta check things. All right. So that happened. And things are slow for a few days. At some point, like the day after all that, Kreia does show up and give Nigel like a way to contact her if you all find something out. Otherwise, she'll contact you. But a few days go by. you continue occasionally to hear through the various channels that these bizarre emergences of elementals continue happening in various places and times. But it's not like it's a definitely still it's a problem. People are tense and on edge through most of the city, but it's not like we're not like a DEFCON 1 thing. It's not like there are monsters just casually roaming the streets, burning things down.
What a shame.
Oh, is it like some lady on her Facebook group and then like some other dudes just like, oh, I saw that too?
Probably be more word of mouth on Facebook group.
Yeah.
Some guy on next door is like, I swear I saw a bunch of kids on fire breaking into my neighbor's house.
I mean, you hear things on the radio, see things in newspapers, hear gossip on the street. And because things are because things are getting people are a bit tense right now because there are monsters. Edmund, you would probably be approached by different people to provide your services of being a big strong man with a large gun to people other than Nigel.
There we go.
Oh, I actually
I would definitely.
I had a question about Nigel and his big strong gun. Like, is that
Edmund has a big strong gun?
You mean Edmund?
Edmund?
Because
Edmund.
Nigel has a sword.
Okay.
Yes.
Edmund and his big strong gun. Like, is it like I understand firearms exist in the universe?
Yes.
How common is a shotgun?
I mean, like the fact that he has a real good shotgun. He has the second best shotgun. The gun that Edmund has is like he is above average, but he's not like.
Is this
he doesn't
like
have
seeing
a fucking magic weapon?
Okay, is this like seeing like military hardware on a civilian? Like, yeah, you could get it. It's not something you normally see, but it can happen.
No, like I think like what he has is like the way it's listed on the gun chart on the thing I have. I think it's pinned in this chat. There is a double barrel shotgun and a shotgun pistol in the simple weapons category, and then the tube shotgun and the combat shotgun in the martial category. So what he has is like he has like trying to think of it, like I mean he has like a good shotgun, like a
gun enthusiast shotgun.
Like he has a shotgun that you would own for like in modern times. He has like a gun, like someone who does a lot of shotgun hunting or just is a gun enthusiast and does clay pigeon shooting regularly. Like someone who just owns a weapon, like a gun, like purely like out of utility, like for subsistence hunting, would probably have one of the simple weapons. But the martial weapons are for people who are using them as weapons. So like what Edmund has is like, it's not unusual to see someone in his category having a weapon of this caliber, but it is also not like the most common thing. Like most of the gangsters you were fighting, the guns they had were in the simple weapon category. They just had like basic, normal, just self-loading pistols.
Right.
The weapon I have stands out a little bit. It's not like full military grade, but it's still.
Yeah. It's like a class above what I should be seeing in this area of town.
It's a difference between like a double barrel shotgun and a semi-automatic shotgun.
Yes.
Kind of deal.
Yeah. He has like, it is not like, I'm trying to think of it. It's not bizarre that Edmund has this, but it is outside of the average.
And because I have it, it makes me definitely more appealing as an individual to be approached for defense.
Exactly.
So
it's an investment in your work.
Plos being like the bartender, would he just be like, oh, Nigel paid extra for security and we got the good security now?
I mean, I feel like Edmund probably wouldn't have his gun with him every day.
No,
like
I wouldn't.
Yeah, because it would be like you have. I don't know. I guess it can be between the two of you how long and how well you know each other. But Edmund is Edmund isn't like fancy. He's not like bespoke Gucci security, but he's good. He's better than just like hiring just a large man whose whole power is being large. But you call him tiny, ironically. Like it's better than that. He is a level 1 fighter.
Okay.
I am a guy who has some form of combat experience. Even though I'm not the best person out there, I have more going on than just being visibly intimidating.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
does
And
he have
like
the?
most security, he's a retired cop.
Yes.
that's a very nice way to put it. I appreciate it.
Yep.
We're friends.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't normally carry my shotgun, but
Yes.
during some moments where I feel like I need the extra power / intimidation factor, I'll carry it. And I mean, after that whole situation with the gangsters, I definitely did keep it in Nigel's bar, and I could be used as an opportunity to get some additional jobs.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can provide your own equipment to the job is definitely helpful, and that it's good equipment too.
All right. So you said more people have approached me about it due
Yes.
to the everyone being tense.
Exactly. Things are just sort of like because like you guys talked with this woman who's very knowledgeable on these things. You know a bit more than most. As far as most people are concerned, just like random things are exploding and turning into monsters for no one like the full extent of what's happening and how and why hasn't really disseminated yet because it's only been a couple days.
So for all
So
people know, monsters just spontaneously appear violently without any indicator.
exactly, and it's people are on edge. So I will throw this actually at you, Edmund, for a little bit. I want you to tell me someone that you think someone who you would be helping today. Like it's sort of
Okay.
like it's been like 2 or 3 days. It's noon right now. You are not at Nigel's bar. Nigel doesn't need you right now, or you are being paid a bit extra this time. Where are you with?
I think I would probably be with one of my more older contacts. After the whole situation. So probably be more like, the less legal individuals and people who've
Okay.
hired me in the past, but would definitely feel like, things are a lot more tense. I would be more comfortable having an armed man who doesn't ask questions with me for today kind of thing.
Okay. All right. In that case, I would say you are probably riding alongside some people who are like uh smuggler is maybe a good word for them. Um there are certain things that the WSI consider contraband, and there are also various guilds that sort of operate under certain assumptions of like tariffs and embargoes and trade things between parts of the city or from the outside coming in. And you're with some people who help move things, maybe not into the city as much, but through the city.
Mm.
So because it's a big
Well,
place. So
it'd
like
probably
if
be want to be at like a subtle operation.
exactly you are there again. People are on edge. People aren't sure what's happening or why. So you're just sort of sitting with these people. They want a little bit of extra muscle just in case something weird happens as they're moving these probably some honestly, since we were talking about it, it'd probably be weapons like the one you have, Edmund, like military sort of surplus gear the WSI would want, that the WSI would either want to have regulated, or that maybe someone would want to have you pay a little bit of extra for transporting them into the city. And these people are smuggling them past lines just so they can get away with it.
Mm.
There's a lot of money to be had in weapons these days with how worried everyone is.
I have a question, Mr. DM.
Okay, I
How,
might have an
how,
answer.
how much would this job pay?
Um, yeah, I definitely have something a list. Uh, where is it?
Because I will say, considering that this is a familiar person, probably wouldn't be quite as expensive, especially if it's someone who's hired me multiple times. Oh, but if it's subtle, well, I guess I'll let you consult the numbers in this case.
I would say, considering the environment going on right now, I would say you would get 3 gold and like 2 silver for today, which is actually a little bit of a markup.
That is actually not bad. And
Yes.
I'm assuming this is something that's paid up front, considering the job type.
Yes. So you
Oh,
so they someone would approach you, however people approach you. Maybe they just know your number, or like they have a phone number for the building you live in, or they just know where you live and knock on your door or whatever. They and so you are, I would say right now you are, yeah, you are probably like you were like riding with them in, like, they have a truck, like a big flatbed truck. They're moving
mhm.
these things through, like, sort of these unmarked, trying to not seem suspicious packages.
Yeah,
And
I'm just an individual just riding along, just,
yeah,
not trying to be overly standing out, so I'm not trying to
yeah,
pull on my whole intimidating factor. In fact, I probably wouldn't even have my shotgun with me.
yeah. You just you have, sitting there, like leaning against a wall, leaning against your pipe, whatever, not too out of the ordinary, just keeping an eye on things. As the people who actually like are part of the smuggling ring are unloading one set of boxes, loading in another. You know that some of these are weapons, but you don't really know what else is going on here, and it's not really your job to know.
No, no,
Uh,
I'm just paid to make sure everything goes smoothly. I don't
exactly.
care what the contents
Yeah,
are.
yeah. So you'd be doing that for a little while, and eventually they would come to one of the dock areas at this side of town, and they would be loading in a new set of stuff, like some more boxes from a ship
Mm.
onto the back of this truck. And as you're sitting there, you're just sort of looking around. The ports at this, because like in the middle of the day, this isn't like the biggest part of the city where a lot of the trades and stuff goes through, but it's relatively busy. It's bustling. I would say there are people walking along the streets. No one's paying this any mind because there's plenty of places along this dock line where boxes are going in and onto cars.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, but as I want you to roll perception for me
Oh,
as you're sitting here, just keeping an eye on things. This is definitely an
usually my
active.
roll
This is an active perception moment.
oh,
Okay,
15.
15. Right, you notice people as well to and fro. People like wearing sort of work clothes and jumpsuits and stuff. Dark workers, yada yada. Normal stuff you would expect to see in a place like this.
Hmm.
But as you see, no, someone stands out to you. Uh, they are dressed like they're some kind of boat worker, a fisherman, something like that. Like they have sort of they have like this sort of smock on. These like trying to describe the word, like very heavy duty clothes. Uh, there's like stained and sort of tattered a little bit. They're clearly old and worn, and they are like as they're walking down the street, they're like staggering in sort of this unusual way, and people are kind of giving them a bit of a wide berth. And he is currently walking like where you're sitting. Like what's happening is like there's like the road, and it off turns to where these warehouses are, and he's sort of
Hmm.
staggering, wandering on the sidewalk and kind of drifting his way over towards where you are. But he doesn't seem to be, from what you can tell from, on a 15, you can see that he doesn't seem to be like walking towards you. He's walking just at you. Like
Does he look like he's
there's
drunk or
there's
on
not,
something?
but the way he's staggering, he's clearly not right. It's pretty early in the day for someone to be like staggering around like, I don't know where I am, drunk. It's like noon. But I don't know, maybe he had a good day or a bad day. These sailor fisherman types sometimes get pretty raucous.
Mm.
Don't we have a sailor fisherman type in our party?
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a
Yeah,
drunkard,
and
though.
he's not here, so maybe he's off stumbling around drunk somewhere.
Exactly.
So, question, Mr. DM: am I the only one standing out, keeping watch, or is there any others
Uh,
with me?
there, I would say there's like two other people. One's a dwarf, one's an orc, and they work with these people. Like they're part of this little smuggling thing.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a casual acquaintance with one or both of them. I'll leave that up to you. But you are being like, because things are tense, they are pulling in people from outside their organization, freelance
So
work to cover things a little bit.
I would say I probably don't know these guys enough to know names. Probably enough that I've worked with them several times, so we at least know that we
Yeah,
tend to keep to our businesses. But
yeah.
seeing this guy stumbling towards us, I'd basically kind of just like elbow one of them and just gesture with my head, like, "Hey, might want to keep an eye on that guy over there." Something like
They, yeah, they would nod and be like, "Ugh, can't be a normal day today. It's gotta be something weird." As he he stumbles onto the like he's walks off the sidewalk onto like the section of street that leads down to where the docks are able to load and unload, and he sort of steps onto the side of the curb on the other side of the road and sort of staggers backwards a little bit, and as he does so he turns now to look directly at the dockyard, to face it, and is wandering towards it closer now.
Hmm. I kind of just
And
like
you've
back.
pointed it out to these two, so they're now like looking. They look at you and then look at him. Not quite sure what to do yet.
The goal is to not do anything until he gets a little too close,
Okay.
essentially. Or at least that's how, like, we don't want to cause a scene, but
Yes.
this guy's clearly something to keep an
Right.
eye on, and you
Okay.
don't act until they give you a full-on reason to
Yeah,
act. Because when you act, you draw attention.
that's true. Um, you. So as you're watching this man, I like just keeping an eye on what he's doing. I will let you personally pick if you want to go insight, investigation, perception, or maybe not
Uh,
not roll any skill check right now, and maybe just hold your action to make a physical move if you'd
uh,
rather.
how close is he right now?
I would say right now he's maybe like 45 feet from you. Like it's a 60-foot road. He's staggered 15 feet on, and he's not moving in a straight line. So as he continues to move, he's sort of zigzagging. Like the place you're on to has like one or two other docks that this little area off the main road connects to, and he's sort of wandering just around.
So I'd say if he gets like within 10, 15 feet is probably when I would basically
Okay.
tell them I'm going to see what's going on. Keep an eye out.
All right.
So if the guy gets close enough, I will approach him.
All right. But are you like trying to incite anything deeper about him, or just you're just looking at him?
I would probably insight just to see,
Okay.
like,
So,
garner what
yeah.
exactly is causing his behavior.
Okay.
Oh, I guess I would roll insight.
Yeah. Roll insight.
A little bit better
Okay.
than perception.
Yeah. So now that he's closer, you're able to get better a read on his body language. The way he's sort of staggering and swaying, he it seems you were able to intuit a certain sense of like confusion or distress from his body language. Like you might think he's probably not drunk, like he might be having a bad trip, maybe, now that you're looking at him, like he might have taken something or been affected by something that is making him sort of off kilter.
Hmm.
And also like yeah, he's just seemed like there is something sort of stilted about his movements, a bit pained in the way he moves. And he's
Any visible injuries on him, marks of some like a injection or anything like that?
not the clothes he's wearing, like the sort of
Oh, the full
fisher.
body clothes.
Yeah,
Can't
like
really tell.
he's got like long sleeves on. You don't like just you don't see any like super obvious signs of injury. Like he doesn't seem to be bleeding, but he's like something's like this is off. Like that's you've probably
Well,
dealt with people working with Nigel. You've dealt with people who are drunk plenty of times, even people who maybe are a bit high from some of the other things you've done. This is a bit off. Like he's
Yeah.
just different.
So I'm just going to keep my movements slow, and I'm just going to speak up. Hey, buddy, you all right? You're not looking too good.
Uh, he sort of like as you talk to him, he like cocks his head. He doesn't look at you, but like he's hearing for you, and like he looks like he was about to walk. Like he sort of turns a little bit towards you, and then his eyes drift over towards what is. If you continue going straight down the road, there's like some barricades and then the ocean. And he sort of looks at that for a second, and then sort of like takes this half staggering step closer towards you quite suddenly. So now he is within 10 feet of you
Okay, I
as he sort
kind
of
of
suddenly moves over there.
keep my hands up, and I'm just like, hey, buddy, talk to me. You all right? Because I'm seeing how unpredictable people who are high can be. I would not want him to get too close to me.
Yes,
Because, especially since, if they're essentially having a bad trip, there's nothing stopping them from,
exactly.
suddenly knifing me.
Right. He as he gets closer, like you speaking, addressing him, sort of drew his attention. He staggers over to you and sort of stands still and fidgets for a second. You can hear him. He's muttering. And if he's close enough, you can hear it. It's sort of soft, like under his breath. Just, you can't quite make it out, but it's really just frantic, like.
At that point, I kind of just like glance back at the two guys, and I kind of just like
Yeah.
look back at this guy again.
The both of them have like other sort of loose implements, like a pipe wrench or another pipe or like a something, a tire iron, as something just around for them to have that is a weapon that's sort of a bit improvised so they can pretend it's not a weapon.
Hmm.
And both of them like have their hands on their weapons ready to sort of make a movement. This guy now, because they are also able to read, this guy's very clearly off in a weird way.
Yeah, and this guy's clearly not responding. But the problem here is can't really call anyone to pick him
Yeah,
up because then that could possibly jeopardize our own operation.
it's true.
So,
So, did you say another thing? Yeah, you raised your hands and said like, "Whoa, buddy,"
so
and he started
yeah, like,
muttering.
well,
And
buddy, you got any family nearby? Anyone you know?
no, 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 family. It's connected, all bound together, and the webs, knots. He's like, he's speaking a bit louder now that you understand. He's facing your direction now that you're addressing him again, but he's not looking at you. You can see he has this very vacant stare, like off to the side of where his face is facing, and his eyes are like glassy and like you if you looked at this person, you would assume they were unconscious or maybe even dead with how like his eyes do not look focused at all.
Uh, do you know how you got here?
Deep, deep, down. You hear it too. They told me. Uh,
What they tell you, buddy?
there's a hole. There's a hole in the deep. There's a hole in me. There's a hole everywhere. Holes. It's coming through. I can see. And he looks at you now. Can you see? It sees.
Uh, what are you looking for, buddy? So, like, I'm not going to answer him directly.
Uh, looking. Me. Who is me? Looking for. I'm looking for. I'm looking for. So, another, more. Uh, not enough. No need more.
Uh, if if you are looking for something, I kind of just like point further down the street. You might want to go that way. I think you might find what you're looking for.
No. Oh, that's not right. No, no, the city, the walls, iron, metal, wrong, wrong, changing, flowing, water, the deep. He faces the exact opposite way you're pointing now, which is towards the sea.
I don't know if you want a good idea to go over there, buddy. You don't look like you're in any position to swim.
He takes like a few. He like and takes a few steps, still looking sort of at you, but takes a couple steps towards the water now.
You sure that's a good idea, buddy? I don't think that's a good idea.
uh, I, it's all connected. It's all coming together, all coming apart. It's out there. He looks at you again. It's coming. Can't you see it? Can't you hear it?
My hearing has not been
I,
that
I,
good
want,
today.
I want you to roll perception again.
All right, perception. That's not that good this time.
No, it's not. He takes another step towards the water. He's like now maybe 20 feet away from the barricade.
I have a feeling I know where this is going, but the main problem here for me is I am supposed to be guarding shit. Not really my duty to do anything else besides that. So I kind of just like watch him.
Okay. He stands still for a little while, and the other two, like the other two people with you, are just as confused as you are. They don't want to make a scene. They don't want to like. He's not actively causing any problems, but it's also like it's just weird. Like it's like they both are very visibly like skeeved out a bit like on edge, a bit confused. And sort of he stands there for a little while, like wringing his hands, like up into his sleeves, even.
Yeah, and I kind of just like look at the other two and just like mouth out, "What the fuck?" Is like at this point, I kind of start backing away towards where the other two are because I left my pipe with them, and I feel like I should probably be armed in this case
Right.
just to be safe.
Okay. As he stands there, uh, so there's like a couple very loud noises from inside the warehouse quite suddenly, like maybe someone dropped a box or something very heavy was moved very suddenly, and that makes probably all of you startle a little bit, as all tense all of you are, including the strange man. And he sort of like looks over at it, and he starts like laughing again. uh, I remember. Wait, I remember now. Purpose, function, form, in the foam.
I,
he starts. He starts walking like. Well, you guys are stood near like there's a big like sliding thing for like the cars to go in and out of and larger vehicles, and there's like a door for human people, and you guys are near that door, and he starts taking steps towards that.
I kind of just like look at the guys and just nod my head, and I just grab my pipe. Hey, man, this is a restricted area. You don't want to go any further.
His eyes like look more focused now. Further. Oh, things are going to go so much further.
Hold on, buddy. Don't. I'm warning you. Don't get much closer here. You don't have authorization.
Oh, if you think you understand, you think you have control. No, the deep has control. The waves, they control everything. They're inside me now. They're inside me. And they want control back.
I kind of just like look at the guys, and at that point, I just nod at them, basically, in a unanimous agreement. The moment this guy gets within reach, I'm going to smack him with my
All
pipe.
right. Okay. In that case, you're sitting there. He's laughing, continuing to mutter it to himself. Very strange. Are you just gonna stand there and wait for him?
Uh, basically, yeah, we're gonna wait for him with ready my action to attack with my pipe. Non-lethal, by the way, but
Okay.
only when he gets within reach.
All right. In that case, I will have you make an attack roll as he sort of stands there for a minute and then takes another sort of couple staggering steps towards you and is now, standing in like a tile adjacent to yours. It's like he's like diagonal to you. You're on one side of the door, the other two on the other. He's walking towards the door.
All right. I just mutter to myself, of all the fucking days. That is a 12.
Okay.
Non-lethal.
Yes, I am checking something real quick.
I don't like that.
Okay, that's a hit. Roll damage.
It'll be two-handed with the 6.
Okay. You he takes this like awkward staggering step and you are able to very quickly bring it up and smack him square in the chest and it just knocks him flat onto his back and he stops muttering and stops whispering and laughing.
All right. If he's subdued, I'm gonna go turn to one of the other guys. You got some cable? Anything to tie him up?
There's the dwarf will say, there's definitely gonna be some rope around here somewhere. I'll get something.
Yeah, because
And
what
he
I'm gonna
walks up.
do is I'm gonna take the guy. If he's unconscious, I'm gonna roll him onto his stomach and then take his arms and hold him behind his head. Back.
We're gonna
Okay.
hog tie him.
I want you to
Uh-oh.
think about this for a second. I want you to make a death saving throw.
Death it. What?
That's a lie. That was me.
Okay, I was about to be, what the fuck?
Okay. I will have you. So yeah, you like grab him, and like he's like just laying flat on his back. And as you roll him onto his side, I will have you roll perception again as like you're flipping him over, getting him ready to tie him up.
Perception. 19.
Okay. It's like you knock him stone cold out, and his eyes are like half open. And now that you're seeing closer to him, you can see like he's still got this glassy, vacant look in his eye, but you can see like his eyes are bloodshot, and he has like these bulging veins along his neck. But they're not red, they're not blue. They're kind of like an off sort of gray color almost.
So is there? Okay, because you said the docks are a little busy, right?
Yeah. People like some people are sort of like looking at you like as they walk by, but people like
I'm just going to point at one of the dock workers because at this point there's a scene now. People are watching. I'm just
people are
gonna say,
looking.
just point at a random stranger, like, "Hey, like, get." I mean, there's ambulances here, right? So
I mean, not right here, but like yeah, the WSI does
medical.
have. But here's the thing, though: the only people who are medical are the WSI, and they probably won't send peacekeepers to pick up a sick guy, but they
What
might start
about a
asking
sick
questions.
guy? So,
Like you, from your own experience living in this city, knowing what you know that like you probably can infer this guy might need medical attention, but you also calling an ambulance for the WSI has a not 0% chance of them opening this warehouse door and seeing what's inside of it, which is what no one wants.
So, in other words, I'm just gonna say, is there a doctor here? Anyone with medical experience?
The few people who are working at like the other warehouses around here sort of look at you and look among each other. The
Because
people like
I'm drawing attention to myself, not trying to draw attention to the
okay,
warehouse.
all right. As you're continuing to sit here, the dwarf will sort of like subtly slide the rope to you, trying not to
And
make it seem too obvious.
I'll take the rope and just tie the man's hand, like wrists. Like I'm just gonna say, this guy is obviously not well. If left alone, he might hurt someone. Just trying to
Okay,
explain my actions to try and make it seem
okay,
like I'm not just like some thug that this guy
right.
approached at the wrong time.
I want you to roll in that case. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna have you roll. You're fine. Like this, a lot of people, the people like sort of ancillary to you, did notice him. Like he was being very weird in how he was walking and talking.
And
So
I mean, I
generally
clearly
speaking,
approached him. Was like, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" And when this
yeah,
guy was clearly acting insane and started approaching us, that's when I had to, act.
exactly. Um, um,
Because obviously, I can't
okay,
call the
yeah,
WSI. So, and if there's no one here with experience in medicine, I mean, I do
okay,
know of someone, but taking this guy to a person like that would be way too risky. And that's possibly a long way of bringing an
yeah.
unconscious, possibly dangerous man that would draw way too much attention.
Yeah. Um, I mean, you could potentially like would you voice these thoughts to the other two people with you?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Like, yeah, they'll crouch down, they'll look at him, and they'll see what you pointed out. Like these, like none of you are particularly trained medics or healers of any sort. So
No,
what's wrong with him is beyond any of you. Like, if you wanted to roll something to try and see what's wrong with him, I would let you. But
I
you get the
don't
impression
think
it's
I would be able to do
yeah,
anything at the time.
yeah. You can clearly tell that something's wrong with him, and it's not like this is like the fact that none of you have any idea what this is sort of testament to that it's unusual and strange, and
Yeah,
not just like someone who's a bit high or a bit drunk or a bit sick.
yeah, at this point, I'd be like, yeah, this guy's not your ordinary druggie. Whatever is happening with him must be real bad, possibly worse
Yeah.
than you think. Yeah, at that point, it's like, hey, it's anyway, the boss is here. We might want to get their opinion on this.
Um. Yeah. Uh. The other two seem to agree that whatever this is very strange and it's irresponsible just to leave him like this. So they will. One of them will like help you pull him inside the into the warehouse. You might be able to dust it off as like, oh, we have someone that might look at him, yada yada yada. You're good enough at this that you don't draw like overt suspicion that that you're kidnapping this guy or whatever. And once you get inside the warehouse, someone will be called over to you who is the person like running this right now that you're with, who's like in charge of this specific operation.
Yeah, that's kind of just
Is like an elf woman, like a young elf woman, and she'll like what is this?
normally this would be a situation we wouldn't even bother you with, but clearly this is something well above any of our pay grades. Whatever this guy is, he's no normal addict or drug addict, from what I can tell. Something's wrong with him.
Okay.
Very wrong. And keeping him around outside would just draw way too much attention.
She like looks at him and you point out the things and she's like there's no concern on her face, it's just sort of like confusion and a little bit of disgust. And like she reaches out and touches him a little bit and like ugh. All right. Ugh.
Astro
Fine.
kept muttering something about the sea. Hal spoke to him or some shit. Crazy.
I have to deal with one more crazy person who's been on a ship for one too many days. All right. There is, if you really like, yeah, you got to get rid of this guy. Can't just dump him somewhere. That's too obvious. There's a place. It's on our route. We're almost done unloading here. I'll detour us and take us there.
All right. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
She sort of waves you back off, and there's like two of those, like there's like one like flatbed truck, one like sort of like car with like an enclosed inside, like a sort of like the like sort of van adjacent, like the one that you were carried to the police station in. And they will like, some people who are on the inside will make room for this guy in like the back of this enclosed truck van, so he's like out of sight and seems a bit more comfortable. And then nothing else happens as like the ship is unloaded, some money changes hands between parties that aren't you, and then you start driving along your way. Would you want to drive with this sick man?
To be fully honest, not particularly, but if they think they need
Okay.
me there to make sure things are peaceful, I will. I won't
Right.
volunteer, but if they say, "Hey, we need someone with this guy just in case," then at that point, I'll be like, "Sure."
Okay. In that case, you will drive. The route you were expecting to go is a little bit different, but you take like a turn left when you should have gone right, and you find yourself at a place I imagine you probably know. There's like, similar to the where Nigel lives, like a 4-story building. There's like commercial on the first floor, residential above that. But there's like a little alleyway that leads into like a section of the like a sort of partially submerged floor.
Mm-hmm.
And you would probably, you'd be asked to do this, yeah, because you're the one that hit the guy, and you're one of the stronger people here. You're a bit of an outsider. You would be asked to like help sort of one of like with the orc fella. Like you grab his legs, this other person grabs his arms, and a few other people grab a few containers, little just unmarked like, I'm trying to think how to describe it. They're like parcels, like they're wrapped in some kind of like heavy paper, are also being carried to this place. And yeah, I would definitely say you know this place, Edmund. You've probably been here a few times. As you carry this man into the office of one Dr. Goodwill.
Mm.
Yes, and the said doctor is as you open up the door, he looks up. He's like writing some notes or something at like the desk he has at the front of his little shop, and he immediately sort of like gets a like a ugh look on his face, like a mix of like, oh, this again, and also what, as you carry this man into like his front room.
When I see him, I just like, "What's up, Doc?"
uh it's the same
Oh,
old, same old.
don't worry, it's not one of us this time. In fact, it's a rather odd case that we think you should look at.
All right, I can look at that. And he will like put his little ink pen down and stand up and walk with you into his little, like the one of the back rooms. He has like a little bed, like a little cot on, and you set him down on it.
Yeah, I explained the situation. This guy's like acting like he's raving mad.
Okay.
Clearly not well. Looks weird. Talks about like the ocean and stuff.
Okay. And all right, so you will sit him and talk with him, and as he's listening, also one of the other goons will bring him these little parcels of like heavy paper, and he will take one, open it up, look inside. It's very specifically not opening it in such a way that you can't see inside of it. And then he will sort of nod and like he's still listening to you as you talk, as he's doing this other thing. Will get up and like get some money and pay it to these people. Then he will sit back down with you and the sick man. He's like, huh, that is unusual. He will sort of, Diedrich will make a medicine check. I don't have his character sheet, but it's fine. He'll just do it. And like, yeah, this is a very unusual case. He's something odd. Uh, and where did you said he was just wandering around like this?
That is correct.
Yes. Like tapping him, and he was like, and this was before you cracked 2 of his ribs.
Correct. He was
Okay.
approaching us, even though I tried to verbally subdue him and left me with
Right.
no choice.
Okay. I will ask you to make, like, if you want to, you can make an investigation check as you're sort of as you and Dr. Goodwill are leaning over the sick man.
Investigation? I'm terrible at that.
Okay.
I don't know
All
shit.
right. Okay. Well,
I'm
Diedrich
not
starts
good
like
about looking close to the details.
he starts like like takes off his clothes a little bit, like pulls this guy's shirt off, and you can see more of these gray veins going down across his body, like along like the place, like they're like down his neck, around his armpit, like in places where there's a lot of blood vessels. And as that's happening, this odd object falls out of his jacket onto the cot that he's laying with, and it looks like a knife. Like it's very roughly in the shape of a knife, like almost like a child's drawing of a knife. If you know what mom's knife looks like in Isaac, it's that. Like it's very rudimentary looking.
Is a very like kitchen knife kind of thing.
Yeah, it is kitchen knife, cartoon TM shaped, and it's made of what looks like bone, and it has these odd sort of patterns carved into it.
I slowly reach out to it and then kind of stop, kind of remembering that magic items do exist, and even though there might not be a chance this guy is a magic, I'm just gonna go grab like a piece of cloth or something and use that as something to
Okay.
pick it up, and
All
act
right.
as a buffer between my skin and.
Yeah, as you do that, Goodwill was about to like stop you from touching it, and then you do it yourself, and he agrees with your actions. And you grab the knife, like how so you just grab this weird bone thing.
Yeah, with a
just
cloth,
by its
like a cloth, or even just
Yeah,
a shirt or
yeah,
something.
yeah,
Prevent it from touching my skin.
exactly. You grab like some rags he has around, and you grab it and you hold it. I want you to make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Oh boy. I don't have any points in wisdom. Oh, 20!
Okay.
Doesn't matter,
Uh,
apparently.
You are
Best roll
very
I've ever
wise.
gotten.
Yes.
Apparently, I mean, I grab piece of cloth as a buffer.
Yeah.
The wisest
Okay.
decision ever.
In that case, in that case, you, as you're holding it, it feels odd. Maybe like almost like it's too heavy or too warm than it should be. It's hard to place exactly how wrong it is. And Diedrich,
I guess feeling it. Do I feel any like mental pressure or anything that would require that would besides just the sensation of being odd and wrong?
yeah, no, like it may like just holding it, you feel uneasy in a way you can't just really rationalize, but that's the extent of it. Like you have -0 reason to imply it's trying to brainwash you.
So, in other words, I'm just gonna hold this knife for a moment, and I'm just gonna go over. Is there a container nearby?
He has it's people don't fully know that you need biohazard containers quite yet, but he does have a few sort of like boxes he has to seal things that are
I want to
hazardous.
go quickly put this thing in a box and just say, Doc, I don't got anything to describe, to justify my reasons. I'm just gonna say there was something real wrong about that knife. Something real wrong.
Diedrich will walk up to it, and he has like a stethoscope wrapped around his neck, and he will take it and like put the things in his ears and hold the stethoscope like to the side of the box, and he will close his eyes, and you know you know enough to know that Diedrich isn't just that Dr. Goodwill isn't just your normal doctor, and you see what looks like fog or mist sort of curl around the business end of the stethoscope for a moment, and then he sort of shudders and like, ugh, that is wrong. Yes, I'll find some way to get rid of this, and I'll find something to do with this man. This is most unusual.
You sure that's a good idea, Doc? Even though we tend to avoid involving other things, this feels like something that's well above any of us.
Yeah, this.
It kind of hinting that even though we kind of avoid trying to contact the WSI, it feels like it's a WSI situation.
I'm inclined to agree. I have my relationship with things is a bit complicated. I can deal with this. I have ways to get this somewhere it needs to be without you being involved. Any of you.
Understood. It may be I do have someone who is connected to extraplanar studies if needed.
Extraplanar studies. I
If
see.
I don't think this will be something from extra planes, but after all the shit that's been going on, pardon my dwarvish, I think if
Yes,
there's not, there's so much things from who knows where. I mean, I don't even know where someone would get something like this from.
it's true. I will. I believe you have the right of it. Well, this is definitely an unusual situation. I will tend to this man to the best of my abilities and his bizarre accoutrement. You are free to go.
Right, and I kind of look at the knife. Could we do anything about that in particular?
He will seal the container, just close the lid on it. I will make I again. I have contacts. I have my ways. I'll make sure this is disposed of properly.
Gotcha. And even though it goes without saying, I just want to say, don't touch it. I don't have a valid way to describe it, but call it a intuition that I don't think it's wise
Yeah.
to ignore.
Okay. Yes. I will say this, like, just in case, like, because you rolled a 20, you would know. Like, obviously, this isn't quite how Edmund perceives it, but I will tell you, if you can have the impression this thing wasn't trying to, like, control you. You don't know what it was doing, but you feel like even if you had been entirely entirely vulnerable to it, if you had touched it with your bare skin, if you weren't paying attention, it wouldn't have controlled you. But it's just bad. Like, something
It would have
about touching it is bad.
it would have mentally affected me in some way.
Yes, something. But yeah, Diedrich will nod and begin. Like, he will continue looking at this man. He will maybe exchange a few pleasantries with the people you're with, thanking them for, I guess, another delivery, precisely on time. And you all will go, and the rest of your day will be relatively uneventful compared to this very strange scenario.
Thankfully.
Okay.
In that case, I just fulfill the rest of my job without question. Although occasionally I was just talking about what the fuck that was. Actually, I
Yeah.
probably even talking about it because that probably unnerved me enough that I don't think I would even want to think about it.
Yes. At the same time, we will move on to the plus.
Oh, he's talking to you, Dane.
I'm just an innocent bartender eating his very simple meal of pasta noodles and cheese and tomato sauce.
Oh,
Okay.
that would be a thing.
Yes. So it's the same day. It's around a little bit later now. Sort of, you're starting to get a bit of like the dinner rush is about to start. You're getting ready for that. You're sort of tending the bar, polishing things, making sure the nuts are refilled. The bar nuts, the little tray of the nuts. Just put some more in there. And as you're sitting there, standing there doing your thing, someone walks in, door opens up, and like immediately, okay.
Can I see the bar? Can a minor
go to the
change
bar?
of scenery? I know
that's
there's
a
a
good
bar
point.
map.
There is. Where is it? Buttons are strange. Move.
The
right over
bar's
here.
gone. Burned down.
Yes.
What a tragedy.
Yes.
Poor Nigel.
Uh.
All work for nothing.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay. You.
These thugs are still here. Kill them all.
Oh god, they're all on top of each other. Okay.
Get down, Mr. Bar Owner.
I don't think that's how that works.
Lost throws himself upon Nigel.
Pay no attention to the.
To keep him
Pay no
safe,
attention.
of course.
Pay no attention to the.
I know this experience. Oh, I guess I'll pull up a familiar map. Oh, there's a bunch of tokens here still. Let me take care of that.
Pay no attention.
Whoopsies.
DM layer, DM layer, DM layer, DM layer.
Exactly. Yes. Literally that.
I can't believe how long we have to wait for these cops to come take all the dead bodies away from this bar.
There's no dead bodies.
No, we knocked him unconscious, man.
Yes. Also, that was all you.
It's just a bunch of dudes lying on the ground with the little stars swirling above. They blink a few times. They disappear. It's fine.
Yes. Okay. As you are. You fucked me, Dane. Unfortunately, the asset hasn't loaded in properly. But
no, wait, the whole outside just turned orange.
I know. I don't know why that just happened.
It's because the background is set.
Nigel, don't look outside.
Is that a setting I can change?
Yep, you actually can.
Background.
Like dominant background, you can turn it off. I think it's a check mark, and then you can choose what color. Usually, I just choose dark colors.
This is now Bird Box. If you look outside, you die.
Yeah, like that.
That's kind of what I was thinking when that other guy was talking. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah. So the asset hasn't loaded in on the token layer properly because I wasn't. So I am good at I am good at managing my time. Someone walks in, like Nigel would be in the back working on something. This person walks in. It is a woman. She's got like a trench coat on, like a sort of just a dark gray trench coat closed up over her. And immediately this woman catches your attention though, because she has so bronze is a color that some people use to describe human skin tones, like people from like Greece. This woman is
made of metal.
She looks metallic almost. Like she's not reflective, but like she's a sort of shade of like yellowish orange that's not like
of all the bars of all the city of all the world, she walks into mine.
Yeah. She has this long, like very gold blonde hair, very sharp, very handsome features, and this pair of very reflective, like silvery sort of sunglasses over her eyes.
Like,
and
glasses are a thing. Are sunglasses a normal thing?
Yeah, like I think they're maybe a bit unusual, but like having glasses with tinted lenses is not like wizard bullshit.
People from seeing where your eyes are looking
at. Get that wizard bullshit out of my bar.
Yes. So I want you what is your thought process as you see this? Like, I will tell you that, like, without rolling before anything, something about this woman makes you feel unusual. You feel, if you have your gauntlets on right now, maybe they feel odd to the touch, as if
like I'm getting feedback from them.
Something like that, yeah.
Like static electricity-esque.
Yeah, like it feels. That's probably the best way to compare how it feels. Like it's. Like that sort of ozone-y smell and taste when you're in a place that's just a more electrical-y than other places. Like when you turn on, I don't know if anyone else can relate to this, but like when you turn on like an old tube TV, how the room just sort of feels different, sort of like that.
This isn't something Are Warforged? Do they exist?
No, she's organic. Like she's a person. Like, but she just has this very unusual skin tone. I will have.
I mean, have I ever? Like, I'm sure in my years of or experience, I've come across something that didn't make sense once or twice, and it was just meh.
I was going to say this. I will have you roll history. Or if you'd like, I wish I just had like a list of all of the fucking stats of skills because I sometimes forget them.
History.
I'm gonna open up just a character sheet so I can look at them. I will have you. You can roll history, or you could roll if you think whichever you're better at, history or arcana.
Yeah, they're the same.
Whichever. Okay.
Ha! That's a weird broad.
Exactly. Yeah, that's like you.
I never noticed how unusual my own skin tone was.
Yeah, like you like
okay,
you know
so...
enough. You know enough that you live in a fantasy setting.
Mm-hmm.
You know that someone having this very like, you're not like, oh god, what the fuck is that? Like it's not that. But
right, it's not normal, but it's not so out of the ordinary that I'm just gonna I'm not gonna like freak out. I'm just like, that's neat.
Yeah, this is unusual, and you can recognize that. You don't like. Maybe she just got a weird tan.
Yeah,
like you don't know.
Youngsters in their brain rot and their salves and their fashion. What do they think of next?
She will wander over here, and she will sort of like step over the bar stool on the side and sit down onto it.
Okay, so do I know what race she is? Can I get an idea of that?
She looks human.
Okay.
Aside from her skin tone, she looks human.
Plus, you can't just assume.
No. I'm going somewhere with this. DM, in this universe, are there drinking age limits?
Okay, all right. We had this conversation back with Belinda
in most
about
fantasy settings. There is no drinking age limit per se. It's just a matter of whether you can pay for it or not.
I will answer this question a few ways.
You can say no.
Is fun. I will say, first of all, that technically, again, there's no laws in Wayports. There's just suggestions. The WSI is generally of the opinion that people should not be it's irresponsible to sell alcohol to someone under the age of 16.
Okay.
And
my point is, do I have to card this person?
You do not, because like a species having like an age range that is radically different from the humanoid baseline is not common. Most species have generally the same rate of maturation. Of the peoples you have met and know exist, elves are the only real outlier. Like
a 60-year-old elf would be considered too young to drink.
A 60-year-old elf would be about yay tall.
Exactly, I'm not wrong.
What the Grogu nonsense is this?
Yes.
Don't elves just age like normally until like 18 and then
I
stop?
thought. Yeah.
It's my setting, motherfucker.
The DM.
Wait a second. How old did I say that Jay was? I'm really concerned now.
Uh-oh. Jay is 3 months old, guys.
If you conceptualize Jay as being do you see him as being like a in his late teens or in his early 20s?
Does Jay have acne?
Does he have buck teeth? Like,
has Jay ever lost a tooth? Anyway,
yes. This woman is very clearly an adult, and unless she's something really weird, then she's definitely she looks like she's maybe in her mid-20s. Like that's where you would put her, assuming she's human.
Okay. I'm going to pretend like I'm busy because I want her to get my attention because I want to see what she sounds like.
Okay.
I don't know where my logic is going. It's not here.
All right. She will you will be polishing the bar or whatever, trying not to look at her, but trying to let her, and she will then sort of barkeep.
Oh,
barkeep.
hello.
Do you have any? Do you have any anything really strong here? I need something strong.
That is an interesting question. Strong for what exactly?
Strong for someone who
apologies.
can...
I don't. You don't strike me. You look different from my usual clientele.
You can't say. Oh no.
What would be strong to you? I have alcohol from all over the region. Could you give me an example?
Usually I have to resort to something dwarven to really work. I hold my liquor very well.
Okay, so is dwarven top would kill mortal men?
I mean, some dwarven there are definitely some dwarves out there that drink fun, but there are sort of various forms of whiskeys and vodkas. I need to look into this more, at least settle and write it down. But there's you can get stuff that's 40, 50 proof that you definitely have a bottle of.
Okay. So all right. So so Plows takes this as a challenge, right? He's got brewer's tools, and right, yes. And there's things like Everclear and whatnot where you don't give shots of that. You make a mixed drink with it, right? So it's you don't want to kill your clientele, but you do want to serve them. Okay, so I've got probably some straight up stuff that would burn this building down, right? But you make drinks with it.
There's it's not on the shelf, but you definitely have stuff in the back that is probably flammable.
Right. Okay. So I'll look at her and go, savory, bitter, or sweet?
I prefer my things dry.
I'm not a bartender. What does that mean?
Dry means bitter because
okay.
Because hey guys, here's my dry liquid anyway.
Right.
You're looking for something dry. You shouldn't be asking for a drink. You should be getting something else.
She shoots you. You're not here, but she shoots you.
Okay, yeah, so I'll look at her again. I'm like, are you looking for the effect or the flavor?
Effect.
If it dry is the opposite of sweet.
Okay, yes. I will give her a shot glass of olive juice and a glass, a whiskey glass with a finger of Everclear in it. And I'll just put those towards her, and I'll be mix at your own leisure.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
What
do you do with the Everclear bottle as you take it from where it is on the shelf and pour a little glass of it?
She's just gonna steal it from me. Does it? I'm assuming it's got one of those little metal spouts so I can pour accurately, and I don't pour it into a jigger. I just pour it straight into the glass. J! It's a J! Damn it!
Sorry, that's the demons won on that one. Yes.
So I wrap 2 fingers around the bottom of the glass because 2 fingers, and I pour up to the top, and I slide that to her, and I fill a shot glass of olive juice, and I just pass that to her.
Right. She will look at it for a second and pick it up, put the olive juice into the drink, and then just in one. And I will roll just the d20.
She dies instantly.
you see, she downed it in one, and then she's like, ooh, that's better. Thank you. It clearly, it got her, the act of drinking it, but it'll take a while, you Not an
I like
instantaneous
set a timer for like 45 seconds or something.
Yeah. But she will like slide both glasses back to you as if she's asking for something else. Or for more. Like it's sort of a
Okay, another or something different?
that again. And while you're pouring that, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. As I'm making it again.
Um, I have a hard time imagining someone in your profession doesn't know that there's some unusual events transpiring in this city.
I like look
Well,
up to the like like that thoughtful expression and then look back to her and just be like, you're gonna have to be a lot more specific.
with the anomalous entities that have been appearing throughout the city.
Oh, yeah, witnessed them firsthand.
That's
Punched a
what I was
few of them.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Oh, you fought them. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I am here investigating that phenomenon on behalf of some people, and I heard that that one of the first recorded occurrences of the anomaly happened in this region.
You're
Would you
not
mind
wrong.
if you were a first-hand witness to that event? I'd like to hear about it. As she takes the second drink.
Like,
No,
okay,
that is not there.
all right. Is Plows a blabbermouth who's just gonna tell everything he knows, or is he gonna get something out of this?
I'm gonna let you think about that for a second. I need to go to the bathroom. I drink a lot of water. I have to talk a lot, which means my throat gets dry, which means I need to drink water, which means I have to piss.
Yeah.
This sucks.
Or
I
you
drink
could
the
just-
water leaves my body, and then I have to replace it with, guess what? More water.
I drink water, and then it gets turns into pee, so I gotta pee some more, but then I need to drink more water, which means I have to pee some more, and then after that I have to drink more water, and I have to pee some more, and... Yeah.
The circle of life.
That
Um,
fucking video.
dang.
Yeah, then there's also me. I don't piss, so instead I wait till the very end where I have to take that one movie theater piss.
See, Ploss's intelligence is 8. So,
Okay,
I don't think
that's
he... I mean,
intelligence is smart. That's a little bit different
his
from
wisdom is 10, so he's normal. I don't know if he would, like, I've met normal people. I don't know if he'd necessarily would think ahead and be like, I need to get information out of this woman, sort of thing.
I've also met normal people. It's not a very high bar.
Oh, that's ouch.
um, what's the investigation agency? What's that? The
The WSI.
WSI. What does that stand for? Wayports Security.
I knew the term. That's probably going to have to something with that guy then. I forget because
It's
it's
the
Wayport.
Wayport Safeguard Initiative.
Yeah.
Sure. Wait, is it really?
Yes, I'm taking notes this time.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you're the one taking notes.
Except I missed an hour, so I'm like, what's happened?
Okay, so Edmund was taking a job working at a dock with a smuggling business. While we were there, a looked like a druggie of some kind approached me, and I tried to talk to the guy, trying to find out what's going on. The guy was talking about the ocean, how the waves talk to him, holes everywhere. Basically,
There are
talking about
holes?
I don't know. And clearly, very much insane, was laughing, uh, talking to subdue him. He started approaching me in the fight I was supposed to protect, and I knocked him out. And when we investigated him, turns out his eyes were like bloodshot, and he had like his veins were bulging and were like gray.
So we think there's some kind of drug issue in the city.
Maybe more than that, because I took him to a criminal doctor by the name of Dr. Goodwill, and the guy looked into him, and while he was trying to figure out what's going on, he found a knife made of bone on his person, and I picked the knife up. I had to roll wisdom save, and I succeeded, and I got the feeling that there's something very, very wrong with this knife, in which I put it in a container, and that it's going to be dealt with appropriately by the doctor. So either drug problem, or I think there might be something a lot more, considering that there's perhaps a possible magical item, or even a curse item.
Okay. So what do you say to her? How do you answer her question?
I'm just gonna say, oh man, how do I phrase this?
If you'd like to, I would let you roll. You're so good at rolling things. Insight, to see how you. To see if you can gauge what her intentions are. If you'd like to think about that.
No, not yet.
Do we have bar music playing, DM?
I didn't turn the music on.
You sure didn't.
You're all good.
I'm gonna ask her if she would be so kind as to remove her eyewear so we could actually have a conversation face to face like normal people.
Oh, it's playing both of them at once. That's weird.
Oh, that's weird. I don't think I ever had that happen.
There's weird buttons here. Anyway.
How do you work that, Mr. Ploss?
Why you gotta ask that question?
Well, I may not be the DM, but I like hearing people say exactly what they say.
Okay, so first I'm gonna straight up. Are you with the WSI?
Her reaction to that is like, that is quite the forward question. But if you must know, then no.
Okay. Look. What happened was kind of stressful, and there's a lot of people asking questions, and I don't know what the value of the information that I have is to people. So at the very least, you could do me the courtesy of looking me in the eye directly when you're asking these questions.
She gets this bit of like a wry smile as you say that. I think I have a slightly better motivator, seeing as I do need to compensate you for this service, these goods you are providing me. She reaches into her trench coat and pulls out. Has anyone ever seen just an ingot, like a little thing of sterling silver that like you can buy?
Yeah.
She pulls out one of those. It look like but it's not silver. It's a slightly different. It's sort of a yellowish gray. It's not silver. It's not gold either.
Oh God, it's platinum.
No, it's not platinum.
Oh, is it electrolyte or whatever the stupid middle metal is?
Yes, it's electrum. She puts down this little ingot of electrum and places. She will place 3 of them down on the table.
Wait, isn't that a lot of money?
No, it's between silver and gold.
Oh, I mean that's all pretty.
Okay, like you. Yeah, you know money a little bit. You know that like electrum isn't as an electrum piece is not as valuable as a gold piece.
Uh-huh.
But also, even for something high proof like that, 3 pieces of first of all, electrum is very rare.
Oh, it's between gold and platinum. No, it's between silver and gold. I lied.
Yeah, it's 1 electrum piece is half a gold piece.
Yeah. 5 silver.
You know that 15 silver for the drink she's had for you is way too much. Like, she's maybe had like 2 silver worth of drink, maybe.
Okay.
This woman pulled out like a wad of fucking
Yes,
$2
and-
bills.
Okay.
So,
Here's my other question. Like, is there like a currency that we deal in, and she just handed me like shiny rocks?
Okay.
Like, I would have to
so
go
I
get
will-
them like appraised and converted and.
In Wayports, paper currency is what's most used.
Mhm, mhm.
But like, paper currency was actually invented here in Wayports. You would know that
Right.
probably. But it like other parts of the world have been slower to adopt paper money, and there's a lot of gold from centuries of adventurers doing their shit. So, like, metal coins still pass through the city somewhat regularly, but you have probably very rarely been paid in coin.
But it's known to happen. This isn't super
Yes.
crazy.
Like, you could spend this, but I'm gonna have you while you're looking at these coins, I'm gonna have you roll history again.
Electrum is weird. Nobody uses that. Yeah, Electrum is weird. Nobody uses
So-
that.
As you look at these very specific little square ingot bricks of Electrum that she puts down on the table in front of you, and on them there's printed what looks like one half. You can't see the back half of them. You assume they're blank, but on one half, on the front half that says it's up, you see what looks like writing in a language you cannot read, and then in the middle, like, is a symbol printed that is like I haven't drawn this yet. Is like a circle with a line going directly vertically through it. And you know that symbol.
Uh-huh.
This, and also, you have just heard through the grapevine, there is one kind of people who would pay with this square slit or coin of Electrum. And that is the fair children.
Oh.
Like a race of people?
No.
No, it's an organization of
The fair children,
of
do you know who the
mercenary.
Pinkerton Detective Agency is?
No.
Okay.
Pinkertons? You don't know what the
It-
Pinkertons are?
Nope.
You haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2?
private mercenaries. They're
yeah,
private mercenaries.
Okay.
Union busters, very infamous people.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
right,
she's a
they're like a private.
mobs. She's like a mobster.
No.
They're like a
she's
private
corporate
police
mercenary.
force, sort of.
Yeah, they're private police that serve the wealthy predominantly.
Yeah, they're the
Uh,
top
Just like
left of that
the-
map.
Oh, damn it.
Let's not get political here in our fun video game.
Yeah.
So I know this woman is backed by more money than God, basically.
Now that you have like recognized these slips, you also recall now that wearing like sunglasses, particularly reflective, silvery, similar. You see her sunglasses are a very similar color to the slips she has put down in front of you. Actually, that this is like their.
She's
thing.
wearing glasses made out of money.
They're not made. Okay, they're not made of money. They're like meant to look like it. Maybe they're plated in a little bit of it. But
Uh-huh.
now that your memory's been refreshed. You know that Electrum is like the thing that these people. It's like their gimmick, because it's valuable, but also it's uncommon,
Right.
which makes it sort of it's showy.
Yeah. Okay.
And like these like. So yes, this person is one of these people. And she like puts these 3 slips down, and I forget what I said exactly, but like, yeah, she's giving you this money, and you get the very strong impression that she's bribing you to talk, and also give her more drinks.
Like, oh man, I can't ask questions to the DM.
No, you can't.
Oh,
I mean, you can try. You can roll for it.
can I roll a d20 on whether or not I can ask the DM a question that is not probably that important, but I want to know anyways?
Sure. Dane's thinking. He's he needs to let the alcohol flow through him.
I roll a perfectly average 10.
Yeah, you can ask a perfectly average question. You'll get a perfectly average answer.
It is the color of her skin matching the Electrum slip she just placed?
No, her skin is more sort of like a slightly darker. It's sort of orangish or bronzy almost.
Oh, okay. Because I remember it being shiny. Note to
Yes.
self. That's all I wanted to ask.
She's not reflective. Like she doesn't her skin is sort of a metallic color. Like, she's the color of metal. It's not a metallic color.
Oh.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm a background character, not
Yeah.
even. I'm completely different part of the world. I am silent.
Yes.
Okay. How do I phrase this? Ploss is going to... He's not going to pick up... Is there like... Do we have a cash register?
Yes.
Okay. Ploss is basically going to like press the button to open the till, and he's just going to sweep the 3 pieces into it, like... almost disrespectfully.
Right.
Like, he doesn't want to pick up what he knows is bribe money, but he's gonna put it in the cash register anyway. He's not gonna keep it, he'll give it to Nigel. He'll close the till, he'll pour her another drink. You know, 2 fingers of Everclear and a shot glass of olive juice. But follow-up question, Ploss, for flavor sake, uses his whiskey bottle as lay on hands healing. Would that add anything to this drink?
You combining your supernatural capabilities with your mundane ones is not, but like, she doesn't seem to be drunk yet, so you could, I would say, just in general, that being drunk is the poisoned condition. So you could potentially make someone not drunk anymore if you wanted to. But she doesn't seem drunk enough that you would need to, that you're spending the resource would do anything for right now. And all it would achieve is, she also doesn't seem to be wounded in any way.
I didn't think of it in that way. I was thinking more like adding flavor, but the fact that I could cure her of alcoholism is hilarious to me.
No, not alcoholism. You can grab them and cast dialysis, and then they're like not sick anymore.
Right, but what's funny to me in this situation, if her goal is to get smashed and I cure her of any lingering drunk effects, like, she'd be pissed at me.
Hey, this just sounds like a good way to make money.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I'm actually...
You cannot use your... You cannot just... Right now, you cannot just use your lay on hands or your spell slots to just make something taste better.
Okay.
Not on the fly like this. I'd ask for a more elaborate roll.
She's been constantly asking for the same thing, right? She hasn't said like, no,
Yes.
Try something else.
Right.
Okay.
Like,
I'll do the same thing again.
Okay.
And then I will... Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm a paladin. I'll ask her, are you familiar with the... Dang. I don't want to call it a spell. Are you familiar with the talent that lets you ask questions to dead corpses?
She sort of tilts her head. I'm familiar with such techniques, yes.
5 questions, no lies.
5 questions, no lies. Yes, that is, I believe, how the spell functions.
And I just kind of like nod my head.
Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what you've bought.
Very well. I can respect those terms. First question. Where did this take place?
I tell her the alleyway, cross streets, whatever.
Alright. Thank you. Next, I will ask... Do you know what caused these creatures to come into being?
I'll tell her... I'll kind of like relay the facts from the WSI report, kind of that it was a perfect storm of gangster with overpowered fire gun and kind of what they said, like why they believe it happened.
Okay.
I don't fully understand it, so I'm just kind of like word for word repeating what the report said.
Okay. What is your what's your passive insight?
10.
Okay. Good. Third question. Third question. How did you survive your encounter with these monsters?
I was gonna say something like strength and justice, but I don't have names for my fists. So I'll just like kind of step back from the bar, like I'm a big-ish dude, right? And I'll just kind of like gesture vaguely to myself.
Very well. Very well. I suppose you are quite a specimen.
Specimen, she says. Take that as the
Fourth.
compliment it was meant to be.
Sure. Fourth question. What is your plan going forward about this phenomenon now that it's happening?
Okay, I know the answer I want to give.
You said no lies.
No. So, me, player, Dane, is waiting for Edmund to come back, and he's gonna tell me what we're gonna do.
Edmund's not here. I am currently
Right.
in the process
But
of...
as far as Plos is concerned, that was a weird thing that happened. But the incident is over, and unless the WSI come back and like tell us that we need to do something, like my involvement has ended, so I don't plan on doing it's the equivalent of like I saw a police chase go by and I stuck my foot out to trip the perpetrator, and that was my involvement. After that, I'm done.
Me
So
looking
it's
at camera. He doesn't remember, does he?
He doesn't remember.
No.
oh shit, what don't I remember?
We had do you remember that there was a character called Kreia?
Yes, orc, no, bugbear with chain.
What does this mean, Dave?
Nope.
You have to grab it.
What?
Oh my god.
We have to get the gun.
Freya
Why
was
do
the
we-
scholar
why
that we
do-
promised to get the gun so that they could go into the rightful hands of the Institute
Yes.
or the
So
University.
We worked out terms and conditions for this.
yes,
Dave.
I will remind you, Dane, because you're
Uh-huh.
an alcoholic and your family is falling apart.
Yes.
So what it is you spoke with Kreia. She is not a member of the WSI.
Right.
She is from the Institute of Extraplanar Studies. And
She's a consultant.
she and you as a group had sort of this underhand back room deal that she would help you find Matthias and his people so you can get your revenge / make sure you're safe against his revenge. And in return, she wants help from you to get his gun.
And then we get paid for the
Yes.
gun. And
Exactly.
Or we
keep
keep the gun.
it and sell it.
Yes.
But overall, we're possibly going to get paid.
Oh.
So now the question.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, what do I plan to do? I'm going to just say, well, the gun is still out there and it's quite dangerous, as has been observed. So me and a couple friends are gonna get it off the street once we find it.
Interesting. I can respect that. Wanting to take care of one's own.
As I hear Edmund's voice in the back of my head, what the fuck are you doing?
Edmund is currently on the ride to the dock. And he's just like,
just sneezes weirdly. That was
Yeah.
"Good damn it, Flo!"
I'm trying to think what a fifth question could be.
I just explained our entire plan to like the most corrupt FBI agent.
Yes. Actually, do you have any plans to? Do you have any plans to? What is your? Are you just going to look for this man? How are you going to find him?
think Floss doesn't know.
Yeah. No. Oh God. Nah, Plaus is a dumbass. Well, yeah, no, Plaus is a dumbass. Well, my buddy Edmund here will be back in.
You gesture to an empty stool.
Yeah, insert arbitrary amount of time here, and we will go over the rest of the plan then.
So you're saying you're not the brains of this little operation?
I once again gesture vaguely to myself.
Touche.
I would like to be self-aware enough to know that I am not the brains of the operation.
So, considering that, would you be interested in some assistance in this little mission of yours?
See, okay. So to say yes would not be, That's not my decision to make, I say, and I pour her another drink. Because she's paid for it. She's paid for a fuck ton of drinks by now. She's like, she could drink here for the week for free.
Yes. Let's see what this meme is.
It's Dylan punching me in the head.
Jay and Hidalgo watching Edmund beat the shit out of Ploss. Yeah.
I'm just trying to have my. What time is it?
Right now in Dallas, I don't live in Dallas anymore. In Lawrence, it's 8:48 p.m.
That Lawrence,
like,
Wayports.
No, here in Nigel's bar, the Nigel's bar time zone. It's like 2:40.
I'm having my lunch then, my late lunch.
Okay. I would say, yeah, she takes another drink. She will.
She's had like 4 drinks yet now. Is there like any?
Yeah, you notice that she's like, as she takes, like, the first one made her like really strongly react, and each drink after that she's been a bit more subtle to. But now as she takes that fourth one, she sort of sways a little bit, but sort of shakes her head a bit and rights herself.
Okay. So.
Well,
I don't have the. Oh wait, yes I do. Yes I do. Hold on. Okay.
This has been a very productive afternoon for myself. I believe I will see myself out.
One for the road, and I pour her. I pour her a drink of lay on hands.
I want you to roll with your charisma modifier. Like, just roll a spell casting skill check to see if you can make it work.
Like
roll charisma. Like, just roll like charisma. Just roll flat charisma. You try to use your powers in an unusual way.
I mean, it's not that unusual. I don't know if she has to be.
It's profoundly unusual.
I don't know if she has to be willing.
That'd be a little different when you're shaking hands.
Okay. You are able to channel some of the supernatural energy you manifest through that whiskey bottle of yours and pour it into the drink. And she downs it. And she gets like this look on her face, like, huh.
And I'll just say, like, be careful out there. She's completely sober. Just.
This is just the ultimate, like, money-making scam as a bartender.
I wanna... I don't know how to phrase this in a way that it would translate well, but I wanted it to be like, Ploss doesn't really trust and or like this person. And so he's doing his job as the bartender, and like, that's why he didn't take the money. He put it in the cash register. She was paying for services, and in his dumbass little mind, So that's why he didn't give her change, because she's buying information from the bar. But anyway, as a kind of a we don't like your kind snooping around here asking questions, sort of weird gotcha, he cures her drunkenness and sends her on her way.
She gets as like she realizes what's happened, and she sort of gives you this quizzical sort of smirk. You can't see her eyes, but she seems bemused by this action. Well,
I'll just be
I
like,
appreciate you saving me the effort. And she will then kick herself up and wheel around to leave. You can have one more one-liner if you'd like to try it.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if I made a friend or an ally, or she was flirting with me. I'm so confused as to what the hell just happened.
You can, if you'd like to, if you'd like to, you can roll insight.
Yeah, sure.
To reflect on the situation.
I like my completely average. Nope.
You find her utterly impossible to read.
Yep. Damn sunglasses. Wearing them indoors. That's rude.
They say the eyes are the gateway to the soul. In other words,
I didn't
sunglasses are
see
basically
shit.
a mask for the eyes.
We didn't see shit.
Yeah. Thank you, Tuvok. All right. Jay or Hidalgo. I will say Hidalgo. You're here now. Hi.
Right.
It's morning. Right now, you've woken up recently.
I thought you said like 2:30.
No, not you. That was now. You're now back then.
Yeah, you're someone else.
What?
He's going through what each of us did during the day separately.
When else? Way to go.
You're someone else.
It's someone else. Yeah.
Yeah. It's for you. It's been a couple days since you had that encounter with Matthias and the conversation with Kreia. You are still having difficulties trying to find
work.
Yes, you're able to practice subsistence fishing. You're able to do some stuff, but people are still somewhat reticent to work with you. If you were to ask, they would say that, actually, what would you do about that? Like, you're just you go fishing, trying to do business. What would you try to do?
Well, at the moment, nobody's hiring me because they are in the know that there is some bad blood between me and Matthias. Well, our group and Matthias. So I'm not getting any work at the docks. So, to quell my anger, I am just spending the day fishing and meditating. Because otherwise, I will flip the fuck out and hunt Frank down in my free time.
That is true. Yeah. I mean, all right. So you fish for a while. I mean, yeah, you can just fish. You just fish all day?
It keeps me at bay.
All right. Are you gonna do you think you'll fall asleep out on the water, or do you think you'll find someplace to moor your boat to sleep?
What?
Do you think you'll sleep just out in the open water, or do you think you'll moor your boat somewhere to sleep?
It's like 2:30 in the afternoon.
You said the whole day. You said you're fishing all day.
Wait, are we not all at the bar right now together?
No. We are determining what each of us did during this day separately because we're not together.
Yes. Oh, what the heck? Okay,
we're
that's what I get for being late. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we're having just sort of separate. You all are having separate adventures as during this downtime activity between major plot beats.
All right. Well, I definitely stopped by Nigel's for lunch or dinner at some point because the meals are cheap enough.
Okay. As you go to Nigel's bar, you walk past a very strange-looking woman as you walk in. But walking down the street, and then a few blocks later, you walk in. But You're able to have dinner here at Nigel's bar. Let me go to the GM layer and make you visible if you'd like. Change layer. There we go. You're real. But Nigel would explain. Real quick. Nigel would exchange pleasantries with you. You get in around the time like you're going for a late lunch, so not anyone's here right now, or not many people right now, so you're able to eat peacefully by yourself. Nigel knows that you're not the conversationalist type, so he sort of leaves you to your business.
Is Booksby here?
No. Dane is also not here, so you see sort of Ploss in a static A pose, like 2 in-game units off the ground,
He's
looking in a
currently
direction.
been cleaning the same glass for 5 minutes, looking.
Yes. Entirely unaware that he's done something very bad by so many things.
Insult the
He does
gift.
not. He does not know and does not care. Yeah, it's true. So, would you want to participate in any conversation or chicanery while you're here inside this bar, or would you like to, or would you go back to your boat after you're done with your lunch?
I will finish my lunch. I'll actually walk up to Nigel, ask if he's got. Hey there, Nigel. You know, it's been rough these past few days with the whole Matthias thing. Got any work?
Oof, I'm sorry to say I don't have a lot of work for your specific skill set. If you'd like to stay late and maybe help clean up once everyone leaves, I'd appreciate that, but that's all I can really offer you.
I look around the bar. I mean, what's Nigel's bar's like reputation around here? Is it poppin' or like
it's more of a pub than a bar, but it gets like he sees a decent amount of activity during the dinner and like lunch sort of periods of time. It's some holiday evening nights. Sometimes people get rowdy here. It's a nice place. People who live nearby know that this is a reputable establishment where you can get some decent food and some decent drink. But it's not like if you go just a few more blocks further away, they won't have heard of this place because it's just it's a nice local place.
Gotcha. Tell you what, Nigel, I'll help you out around here, not for money, but just a meal here and there. Just to keep myself preoccupied with this whole situation.
I'm perfectly fine with it. Yes, that works very well. And yeah.
All right. Well, I wear a fisherman's cap when I'm fishing, so I tip my hat and I leave the establishment. I'll be back later, Nigel.
All right, I'll see you then. My Nigel voice is really bad, but we're sticking with it. Like, it's just a commit now.
No, it works. I like it.
Yeah, Nigel Thornberry.
Right. Yeah. So,
That's the name of his sword, by the way.
We'll come back later. So, I need to like. It's fine. Everything's fine. Jay.
Hello.
What do you think you're doing? Just on just sitting at your bookstore working that?
Yeah, Jay has been in the library trying to look around to find books to learn about both the methods and organized crime. Now that he's unfortunately getting involved in that,
okay,
and just becoming unsure which of these two things he should be more scared of right now.
Right.
Oh, he manages to find organized crime for dummies.
He's reading stories about what gangsters do. People's like, oh no, and then reading about what methods can do. Like, oh man, these might be worse.
It's fun to imagine on one hand you like this old textbook about clinical this is what elementals are and here's what they do. On the other hand, you have a pulp novel.
Yes.
Or because those
the daily life of Al Capone.
Or you have just unusual tales or specific stories of suspense, just some fucking magazine you got from the magazine stand, and that's what you're reading for your crime investigation. But yeah. So yeah, you can do that like while you're also working. You can just sort of read up on the situations you're in. But while you're doing this, you will, as you're trying to focus on your books and on your work, just trying to be in the safe space you have for yourself. Excuse me. You will hear like something. You'll hear a noise. It'll start like bothering with you. Like your very large pointy ears are able to pick it up very easily. It's like you try to block it out, but you can't after a while. If someone like very loudly, like just smacking gum, just like really noticeably.
What is that? What's going on?
You see, like you're sitting like a table, and there's like some bookshelves around you, and bookshelves down that way. You can see quite clearly in one of the shelves around where you are. You see a halfling, and she's dressed in these very.
Okay, It's not the one I thought it was.
No, this halfling is halfling shaped, not cube shaped. See a halfling, and she's like just you can see very like just see like from in profile you can see how aggressively she is chewing this gum as she is looking through this shelf of books. She has this she has what looks like coveralls on, something like you get the impression she's probably some kind of like she works at like a factory or something, or some kind of industrial or engineering work. Like she's got a bunch of like greasy stains on her clothes. She has this sort of bright, sort of bleached white, almost blonde hair that's sort of very in like a very scrungly but still sort of working sort of like bun behind her head as she's like browsing through these books.
All right, I'll go up to her and be like, do you need help finding anything?
Oh yeah, thanks for you work here, do you?
Yes, I do.
All right. You have any books to help with someone who's any technical manuals, any engineering stuff, tinkering?
Yeah, let me see if I can find the section for that. What I even roll for this?
Nothing. You just know where these things are.
Okay, yeah, I'll show her to the section for technical manuals.
Okay. And she will follow you and be like, thank you very much. And then she will start looking through these books.
I'll kind of try and like stay somewhat nearby and continue reading whatever it is I was to like see if I can sort of see what she's looking for.
Okay. Okay, since you're actively looking at her, I will have you roll.
I'm looking at her, but trying to make it look like I'm not.
I want you to roll perception or insight, whichever you want the answers to, or you think you can do
well,
them.
they're exactly the same, so... I don't think I learned much.
Oh, you get distracted by your books.
I'm like trying to see what she's doing, like, oh, really? Really? This happened?
Yeah. So yeah, you look at that. It's hard for you to really get you are very engrossed in this book. It's hard for you to get an exact read on what's happening, what she's up to. But eventually she seems to grab couple books off the shelf and then sort of wanders somewhere else.
All right. I'll just go back to wherever I was sitting and continue reading.
All right. As you're sitting here, you will hear the chair behind you or beside you, and she will hop up because she's short, you see, and will sit beside you and start looking through her own books.
Oh, hello there. Did you find what you needed?
Yeah, I think I did. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's good to hear.
What you reading through?
Oh, I'm just reading these stories here about Elf Capone.
I want you to take 10 levels of exhaustion. You have every condition. You take 1,000 psychic damage. First of all, Alcanome. Second of all, die.
I
That should be so funny.
Alcanome was in the previous universe. Not
Yeah.
everything is a gnome in this universe.
That's fair. Fair enough.
What the fuck? Okay.
So, yes, banter complete. She'll be like, what's have an interest in crime then? Is that what's going on here? You don't strike me as the type.
There's been some questionable things going on around here lately. I'm trying to learn about how these people operate so I can avoid getting in any trouble.
Questionable things around here. You tell me you getting into trouble?
I'm trying to avoid it as best I can.
Well, I happen to know a thing or two about getting into and out of trouble.
I'm more concerned with the out of part.
Ah, that's fair. Most people in my experience like getting out of trouble more than into it, but Now that actually reminds me of something. A few weeks back, like a week or so, actually, this fella came around where I work, started making threats, started harassing people, wanted things done his way. That was a lot of trouble I was in, but I managed to get myself out of that, actually, pretty easily. The important thing you got to be able to do is understand people. That's what it is. You know how to read them, tell them what they want to hear.
Oh, that's definitely not my specialty.
I'm not surprised about that. Yeah. Well, I told that Matthias character exactly what he wanted to hear, and he left me alone. And next time he comes around where I am, I'll show him trouble.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't get involved with that guy.
Oh, you know about him
I
too?
hear he's dangerous.
Oh, I've seen how dangerous he is, that piece of his. But I got things worked out.
I kind of try and look at what kind of specific stuff she's reading.
She's what she's reading seems to be like these technical manuals and manuscripts and very specific, very clinical. There's a word I'm trying to think of, and I can't think about it anymore.
So it just seems like she's doing actual research for some kind of engineering job or something.
Yeah, it seems to be
Right.
There's some of it seems to be it's all over the place. There's an electrical manual. There's one about gunsmithing. There's one about steam and boilers and pipes.
All right.
She's trying to read electric steam.
I become less interested if I think that it's not something I need to worry about.
I mean, this person also doesn't like Matthias.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that.
If you want help dealing with your problem, I mean, he's our problem together, it seems like. But you know anything about him? Where he might be hiding out? I hear he got some. I hear he took some nasty licks actually a few days ago.
Oh yeah, well, he seems pretty dangerous. I kind of want to stay away from him, but I hear that gun he's got is worth a lot of money.
I heard something real similar actually.
And
that's part of my old plan.
And if I'm honest, I'd rather the person who holds it be someone who isn't as likely to shoot me.
That's fair. That's fair. I got no reason to shoot you. And she like elbowed.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, no. You help me
Uh,
out.
what do you want?
I mean, you help me find my books. Maybe you need something from me next time. That's how it goes, you know. Scratching backs, that kind of thing. You seem like the kind of person. You seem like the kind of person who might need someone who understands this kind of business on their side.
Well, if I need help protecting myself, I'll make sure to let you know.
Thank you. I'll be around then. I got a lot of reading I need to catch up on. I want you
Oh.
to what's an intelligence skill? I need to have the list of all skills just open. Oh my goddamn.
Investigation. That's the only thing I can imagine being even like remotely.
Okay, yeah.
applicable.
Roll investigation. Actually, roll Arcana.
Okay, well they're the same, so
Right, yeah. Okay. Investigation.
I have proficiency in all of the intelligence skills. I think so. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You are well read.
Yes, you
Yeah.
are. There's something. You get sort of a feeling about this person as this woman is talking to you. You glance over all the books she's reading, and you know books. You know this library. You know knowledge in general. This person isn't just like you hear how she's talking about crimes and stuff, and like there doesn't seem to be a lot of commonalities in the books she's reading, like electronics, like civil engineering, guns. There's a lot of different stuff. There's one thing that like you've browsed through these books, you've helped organize them. There's one thing that all of these books have in common that sort of occurs to you as she's talking.
The author.
They all have a section on artifice.
Mm.
The art
Oh,
of mixing magic and creation.
I'll ask her then. Are you an artificer by trade by any chance?
Oh, you know this? Yeah. I happen to be. Yeah, it's a trade is a strong word. I would say it's more of a passion. Yeah, passion.
Oh well, I do some magic myself, but I read it all from books and kind of just
Oh.
gesture to everything around me.
I mean, if someone was gonna be a wizard, this is the place they'd do it.
Mm-hmm. I'm still learning, but trying to learn more always.
Yeah. You see, that's right. See, and she like gives you another sort of like light tap on the shoulder. You and me, kindred spirits is what we is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Two smarty pants sitting here, bunch of books, learning magic.
So, you ever? Oh, what's the name of Martin's bar again?
First of all, it's
The Bip and Bobble.
it's the
the bibbly bobbly boobly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the name of Nigel's pub.
Oh, Nigel. I'll ask her if she knows the place.
Look, I need to snack sometime.
I understand.
She will sort of like rub her chin tentatively, like, I think I've heard of that place. Yeah, it's nearby. Are you asking me out for a drink?
I'm Oh, I was just gonna say, some of the people who Matthias has been having issues with are there sometimes. So some of the people that I've met there, we've kind of tried to help defend ourselves against them. If you're ever interested in meeting other people like that.
Well, I think strength is in numbers. That could be fun. And I got, I'm not just by myself. I have a couple other people with me, and they got feelers out too. Putting our heads together, taking out this jackass, putting him in his place. Sounds like a good group activity.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it alone.
Yeah.
These guys do some pretty bad things.
Does Edmund sneeze again?
Oh, it's gone.
Yes. Yeah, it sounds like a
God damn
plan.
it, shh.
That's
All
true.
right. She Yeah. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, I'm Jay.
All right. And she will go. Put it there. Name's Hope.
Okay.
Do you shake her spit hand?
No,
Okay. She'll
Jay's just
like
kind of weirded out by this.
she'll hold it out for a second, and then just sort of go. All right then.
It's kind of like looking back and forth to like Ernest book, like, okay then.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't be touching that book anymore.
Okay. She wiped her hand off. She then starts packing up all her books, tucks them under her arm, and starts trudging away.
All right.
Um. Okay.
Once she's out of sight, Jay kind of like takes a cloth, starts like cleaning off the table where she was.
That's fair. Um. Okay. Yeah. Edmund, it's starting to get into the evening a little bit. What after you've had you're done with your day of very very normal, very legal. Do you it's actually it's thanks to the detour, it's starting to run a little bit late after all that. So, do you think you'd want to go to the bar after that, or do you think you might just want to lay down and go home? There's such a
Oh
weird.
no, I'm feeling a little bit hungry right now, and at the moment I don't really have much stocked at my little apartment, so I might take one from Hidalgo and get a little bit of grub.
All right. In that case,
I also
will-
gotta check on Nigel because after all, these are very turbulent times.
They are. Well, you'd be done with that thing. You start walking towards Nigel's bar, and then you'd hear someone call out your name. Edmund. Edmund, I found you.
I'd like spin on my heels to look at whoever's calling me.
having a little jog. It's Dr. Goodwill.
Sure.
Uh, I forgot in the kerfuffle of it all. Something I've been meaning to you coming back reminded me. Something I've been meaning to tell you. First of all, it's been started. Second of all, and let's walk and talk actually. Are you going to Nigel's bar too?
Yes, actually, to check on the old man, make sure he hasn't got into other nefarious dealings in terms of taking loans he shouldn't.
Ah, yes, I think I heard about that. Speaking of, actually, I had some interesting patients come through my way the other evening that I think it might interest you. It was a woman, quite big, quite strong, quite heavily burned.
Bugbear.
How'd you guess?
I'm sure you would probably know the reason.
Yes, my goblinoid isn't my goblin grasp of the goblin language isn't amazing. I only know a little bit here and there, but proper nouns are basically the same in both languages. And they did mention all your names as I was patching them both up. It was very nasty work. Whoever it is that did that to her, some kind of magic. It looked like. She barely didn't. She barely made it, but they both survived.
That's unfortunate.
For you, it is. Although
More like for her.
Hmm. I suppose I should apologize for being good at my job.
Nah, it is what you do. There's no judgment here.
All right. Well,
If anything, I'm sure some of my buddies would definitely like to find some joy in another attempt at roughing each other up.
yes.
Well,
The settling of scores is a common discussion point. I can't really tell you more, partially because they didn't tell me much, or, of course, patient confidentiality is a thing I believe in sometimes. But, from what I could gather, the parts that they spoke in common, the words I know, they, as far as I can tell, they lost quite a few men in that fight, arrested. But they still have a number of resources at their disposal, and they are, I believe I heard regroup is something that they're planning on, and they are definitely angry at all of you specifically.
In that case, it'll make our job a little bit easier.
I suppose, so long as, of course, you are ready for them when and where they show up.
This is all getting better and better. What about that man I brought in? Any updates on him?
I was able to discreetly hand him off to the appropriate authorities along with the knife. They didn't tell me anything, the WSI never do.
Of course
But the individuals who recovered it were clearly disposing of unusual magical phenomenon isn't quite their specialty. I imagine they will bring it to other people, probably to the campus, if I had to think. But
The eggheads. Yeah.
I suppose the that's all I can tell you for now is that they have it, and whatever's wrong, maybe they'll figure it out. At least the situation is settled. At least.
Well, I have someone who's connected to the campus, so if worst comes to worst, I'll see if I can press a few buttons and make them say a few things unwittingly.
Ah, interesting.
We'll see.
I suppose I wish you luck in that, and then you will.
I
go
shake
in-
his hand.
Yeah, he will shake yours back, and this is around the time you make it into the pub. And
I'm just... This day cannot get any worse.
put you guys in the right thing. Yes. All right. Here. I could have sworn I put Diedrich's actual token in here. The one I drew. I'm not gonna fuck with it, so we're just gonna have a. Let me get the.
Oh.
Here we go. There we go.
Oh,
Just for the sake, just for the sake of it, for right now. I thought I had it here somewhere. Anyway, let me also put you in. So yeah, you guys are here.
I will walk up to the bar.
Okay.
Oh. This is my token, the one I can actually click.
Yes.
Oh, I'm technically not there.
Oh. Right. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Dane.
Mr.
Your
Drumman.
friend. Your friend has just walked into the bar.
Oh. Hey, Edmund.
Signal.
So there was this weird FBI chick they paid in Electrum. You know, the people that paid in Electrum.
USI? Wait,
No.
hold on.
The fair children.
Fair children.
Edmund,
Yes.
you know, as soon as he says, Boss does not know what the FBI is. He says a weird lady walked in and paid with an Electrum, and when you hear the word Electrum, you immediately know what that means and that it's very, very,
Just-
very bad.
Just instant migraine. Instantaneous.
This day, I just mutter something about screw Murphy and the god of everything going wrong. And then I just, like, put my hands together.
And in
Boss.
perfect photographic memory, I recount every single word, letter, and emotion and nuance that happened in that entire conversation.
Do you?
I was like, do you? Okay.
One
Plus,
moment. One moment.
What did this person want?
I mean, it's an average conversation.
Describe
rolling average. Dane has to remember this.
Describe average conversation, plus. I need some details on this, because for all we know, this could be very, very, very important.
All right.
And I just have this, like, this thin smile. You might see, like, a bulging vein on my forehead. And if you look closely at my hands, you can see my, like, the joints of my fingers are cracking from how hard I'm squeezing them.
Do we have bronze anywhere in this establishment? Like a one of the taps maybe is made out of bronze or something?
There's probably some sort of brassy or bronzy. I want to say, Jay, if you want to come here while this conversation is happening, you have the freedom to say, "I go to the bar to talk to my."
Well, actually, yeah. After a worrying day of reading all about things that might kill him, I'd probably go to the bar for some wine.
Yes. So of course an elf would drink wine. Of course an elf would drink wine. Anyway.
Not just an elf wizard.
An elf nerd.
Yeah.
Like some cheese with your wine.
Exactly. So yeah, there are. I don't know if it comes across, but these like bar stools have like a sort of a velvet seat.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that maybe they have like a little brass button somewhere on them, or some of the bottles you have probably have metal. Yeah,
okay.
You have
So,
visual records.
She wasn't an elf, right? She had regular ears.
She had correct ears. Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Hey now.
See, here's the thing. Here, I'm going to explain something. Me, you, this me, just having a normal conversation. There's another me on the other side of that screen who's laughing his ass off with my friend, right? That's what you need to know.
The fantasy racist.
Now,
I'm trying to take over for Paxi.
Some of my best friends are elves, I can say.
Some of my best friends are racists. Okay. Anyway, Plows recounts. So, girl with bronze skin, and when I say bronze, I don't mean tan, and I point to like the beer tap. I mean bronze. Comes in here. She's wearing sunglasses. I can't see her. Can't see half her face.
Yes.
Dylan, I want you to also roll history.
I'm average on history.
I'm a zero. Yeah, you did better than me.
Well.
All right. Dylan, there is one. You know a little bit more. You've had a slightly different experience than Plus, so your baseline for skill checks is slightly different than his. Also, you didn't roll a 2.
I had a 1 in front of that too.
Yeah.
It's not how math works.
You know a little bit about the peoples of this world. Your previous education has that knowing about the diversity of peoples that live in Wayports was an important thing. There is a word. Plus, you know this word too, but you just didn't have the wherewithal to put it together. There is a word that when you think of a person who looks human but with a very unusual skin color, there is one thing that you, Edmund, know for a fact that means. Well, actually, you probably want to ask Edmund, ask Ploss if she had any antlers or horns.
Did she have anything pointy on her head, like horns?
No, she wears sunglasses.
Okay. That rules out one of the 2 options. All that's left is she was an Aasimar. And you, because here's the thing. You have had 2 different career paths. And in both of those career paths, the fair children are very bad news. You know that a Fairchild Aasimar is extremely bad news.
Am I realizing this? Like, it's kind of like it didn't hit me in the moment, but as I'm recounting it, it's just like ding.
I don't think it does. I don't think
you see the beam of light cross through my brain and explode out the other side.
Well, it seems like Floss hasn't had any dealings with the fair children besides some words.
It is up to you, Ploss. You can say that the light hits you or not. You can decide how much about Aasimar and the fair children you know.
Not a whole lot. So I'm explaining this.
So, what did this woman want, Floss?
She wanted information. So.
And what did you tell her then?
Getting to that, patience. Okay. So she wanted to know where the fight happened. I told her insert alleyway location here. She wanted to know why the elementals appeared, and I say insert police report explanation perfect storm situation here. She wanted to know how I survived because I'm awesome. She wanted to know what we plan to do next. And I said we need to get the gun. And then she asked me something else. And I forgot. Wasn't important. It was me was the answer again. And then, hold on, you're gonna love this part, So, the whole time, I was giving her shots of this dwarven, like, super-proof alcohol and olive juice. Weird combination, but she seemed to be into it. And she took, get this, 5 of them, right? She was stumbling on her way out of here. You know what I did?
She was not stumbling, she was
having swaying.
Drinks, he seemed
Floss is very much is exaggerating.
He seemed tipsy.
Okay, look, she could not stand up straight, right? But she seemed like she was in a good place, a happy place. But you know what? I don't appreciate her questions. But I'm a stand-up guy, and she paid for the information, so I gave it to her. But you know what? To send her on her way, I gave her the old, and I hold up my bottle, the old Curie Cure, the old hair of the dog, and she was confused as shit when 5 shots magically disappeared from her system. You're welcome.
Nigel.
Is Nigel just like ghost white?
Do you need this man right now? Do you need this man right now, Nigel?
He's gonna shoot me in the face.
We are a bit. Nigel also looks like he's. He looks
like I'm just
like he like I don't know if Ploss told Nigel the story already, but even if he did, hearing it the second time is gonna be better. Hearing it the first time is even worse. He's like, you know what? I don't think I really do. It's close to closing time. I think I'm going to
hop over the bar and I'm going to fucking slug Ploss right in the face.
Son of a bitch!
Roll to attack.
11. I'm assuming that doesn't beat your AC.
No!
Okay.
So you hop over the bar, slug me like square in the sternum, and it just goes. You just hear
element of surprise.
You know what?
I'm looking right at him.
No,
11 doesn't even beat my AC.
Ploss is right. You get out and you try to go for his face, but he's a very large man.
You just punch me square in the sternum. You just hear a hollow drum sound.
Exactly. You punch him in the chest, and it stings a little bit.
Well, hold on. So Ploss is like, did I do bad? Like, doesn't even realize you hit him.
Are a fucking idiot.
Damn. Sorry.
I'm just gonna go over to the bar, grab a random bottle, hop right, and just walk right around the counter and just start drinking from it.
Okay, you picked up the Dwarven Everclear. Make a con save.
Dwarven. It's 400% proof.
You're
24.
fine.
I'm just gonna take a big swig of that shit, slam it
It-
down on the counter, and just
it-
like, shoot me now.
It
You-
burns
I-
real bad, but you're too.
I hold up my
upset.
whiskey bottle. You need a.
You're out
you
of
need-
charges.
Oh,
takes
you're
5
right.
charges to get rid of-
No, you're absolutely right. It's gone.
Also,
I mean,
both of
it's
you
been
have
like
sort
a short
Hey,
rest since then.
Hey, if you wanna, it's too late now. But you had an inspiration if you wanted to.
Nah.
Not. Nah, I'm not gonna use my inspiration. Actually, would I have still have hit if I re-rolled the fist attack?
No.
No, it wouldn't have mattered.
Oh,
Anyways, I just sit down and just. Plus, I don't think you realize just how much you fucked all of us right now. That woman, member of the Fair Children, one of the few groups of people out here in Wayports that you don't have any affiliation with. Because the amount of shit you will get yourself and everyone around you is more than you can think. These people are connected to someone very powerful, and they will get you. Oh my fucking god!
Diedrich will nod affirmingly. Yeah. Yes.
Who the fuck is Diedrich?
Dr. Goodwill will nod and be like, yes.
Geralt over there.
Everything I've heard about these people is that they're very bad news. They don't ever come to me, and I'm glad they don't.
I just
Oh, okay,
grab a thumb
Edmund.
over to
I
the guy
don't
over
like
there.
lying to people, and what I
Then
told.
don't talk at all.
I mean, what did I tell her that was bad?
We were first that we have connections to this whole situation. That we are looking for this weapon. Basically, you just told a group of very powerful, very influential, and very corrupt
Okay,
people.
hold on. Let's assume I didn't say anything. And again, I back up, gesture vaguely to myself. Guy who's terrible at lying versus woman who can see through solid walls comes in here and she starts questioning me and I go, not me. I don't know anything. She's probably gonna figure it out anyway.
Perhaps we would at least give us a little bit of time till all of us are aware. Here's the thing, Plus. You have technically these people are powerful, but they can't necessarily make a scene in a place where they don't have as much influence in. I'll tell that much. So if you just tell her, I'm just a bartender, it's not my place.
Okay, so what?
Anything would have worked better.
So what happens? Okay, so and I get kind of like closer. I'm like, what the hell are we gonna do when we get the stupid gun? We're gonna give it to the nerds at the college and.
Or them.
Hell yeah.
Okay, and then we go on with our lives. Versus the fair children get their hands on it. What happens then? What's the difference?
I think it's more of in the situation of less of them getting their hands on it and now them knowing that we are tied to it and what they may do to us.
What would they do to us? We don't have any more information than that.
It's the fact that we are already involved. Plus. And also the fact that we do have a deal with essentially the Academy, and by that extension, a very loose affiliation with the WSI. We are basically part of something a little bit bigger than we thought. Not really. This was supposed to be just a gangster, who's already planning to come back in to basically get even with us. Did I mention that? No, this is something I also just recently been informed of.
You know what, Edmund? You came in here, you seemed a little high-strung. How was your day? What happened? And I pour him another shot of Everclear.
I just take
Punches
a drink
you
from
even
the
harder.
bottle. Is Hidalgo here, or is it just
What?
Hidalgo? Is he here at the moment?
No, I'm not here. I left.
Oh, when Hidalgo comes here, I should probably ask him if he has a spot open on his boat.
It is starting to get close to closing time, so now might be a good time.
What are you
for
gonna do on a
Hidalgo
fishing boat?
and Jay to show up.
Shoot the fish?
I
Fucking
fucking fish.
Fight off
Ploss.
the
What the
sharks.
fuck you think? I need to walk around with my shotgun.
You can't
now.
catch fish with a lead pipe, Edmund.
He's a fisherman, Ploss. He has fishing rods.
You don't know
Just
how to work
because
a
I
fishing
swing a
rod.
fucking pipe does not mean I use a pipe for anything. Do you see me chopping up a steak with a pipe? No, I use a fork and knife. It's what they're for.
You don't know how to cook a steak. You always ask me to cook your steaks.
I ask
Dang.
Nigel to cook my steaks.
can
I
hunt
wouldn't let
fish
you
with a
touch
fork
my
and
steaks
knife.
worth shit.
What? Wait a minute. Nigel always says, hey, can you cook Edmund a steak? And then I do, and I hand it to him.
Does he cook steaks, Mr. DM?
Yeah, there's steaks here. They're not like, yes.
Yes, explains why they're so chewy.
What? How dare?
I'm just going to take another sip from the dwarven bottle, set it down, reach in my pocket, and just pull a gold coin and just set it down on the counter.
That's too much.
Yeah.
I give him
you
change
would
in
have-
Electrum.
You would have paper. You would have notes.
That's too much. Are you looking for information?
Do you take the electrum pieces at them?
I do not. I just say keep the fucking change.
What? Well, do you...
I know you
Whatever.
guys had like this big long rant at yelling at each other. Edmund, do you want to like, after everything he's told you, do you want to like roll something to try and think about what you might be able to intuit about this woman, or are you good with what? Because from what I heard of the yelling, I stepped away for 1 second. But while I heard about the yelling, you're pretty much you get the general idea of it.
Maybe some in-depth detail would be nice if I can actually roll for it. Although my rolls have been pretty good, and now that I've said that, they're probably gonna be a bad roll next.
Yeah, you can roll. You can roll investigation. Or
Oh.
roll something where you can roll whatever you want.
Uh,
Roll just whatever stat, just whatever you think you are good at and it is appropriate for trying to figure out what this woman wants.
animal
Or what
handling. In all seriousness, though, all of my skills are in like active situations: athletics, insight, intimidation, perception, persuasion.
I think you can roll
I mean,
insight.
you're a
to try
bouncer.
and-
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you can roll insight to try and like, okay, she asked these questions. These are the answers she got. The fact that she paid with like you would know that the fair children are okay giving like this is like their money. They print it, and they're okay giving it out to other people. But like, there's sort of an implication in them doing it because they, generally speaking, expect their money to come back to them one way or another.
I will roll insight.
Okay.
19.
All right. You notice something as you sort of are thinking about it and put it together in your own mind. You're not sure who she would be working for. The fair children obviously work for someone, but it's like obviously the elemental phenomenon is going around all over the place now. But if she's investigating it, and it's hard to think of any person like large, like any corporation or wealthy person that would like right now. We need boots on the ground investigating everything there is to know about this phenomenon right now, because like
Ooh.
there hasn't been like neighborhood blocks that have been burnt down. You haven't heard of any wealthy factories or warehouses or shops being explodinated, which leaves the implication that they are working for themselves, which them simply pursuing their own interests is maybe even worse than them working for someone else, because they're unpredictable that way. On the other hand, like, they're unpredictable because what exactly they want to do is hard to guess. But also, it's perhaps not predictable at all, because what they're going to want to do is find something that will make them money or give them another way to hurt people. That's their end goal every time.
This was a wealthy person telling these fucks what to do. They just mean they're doing it for the money. Their employer tells them what to do. They give them a fat check. They have checks, right?
I would say there probably is a check, yeah.
Well, all right, they'll give them some fat check, and they would just do what they're told. And the fact that they're probably doing this on their own accord means that it's even most likely worse. Because we don't know what exactly they're trying to do it, but they're the fair children. They're always motivated by money and a sense of superiority and dominance, basically. All right. Here's what I was gonna be. Since Bloss here told them, did you tell them any names, Bloss? Any besides the fact that you're involved?
I'm gonna laugh really hard if something happens right now. I told him I was waiting for my buddy Edmund to get back to discuss the plans.
You told them you know what? I guess if I don't get jumped, I should probably bring my shotgun with me everywhere now.
I will say this, Edmund. The likelihood of you just getting mugged in an alleyway by the Fair Children's goons is unlikely.
But I'm also
It's
paranoid.
much worse than that.
Yeah. Like
lovely.
if they are after you, then who knows what
I'm
might
probably
happen.
gonna get grabbed into an unmarked or very fancy car, and then after that'll probably be the last you'll see of me.
Possibly. I would say around this time is when Hidalgo and Jay are able to. Oh.
Okay.
Hidalgo and Jay are able to show up.
Hey, Hidalgo, right on time. You got any room on that boat of yours? Kidding. But what if?
How big is Edmund?
Edmund is a medium creature.
I'm a storm
Birdie
giant, so
guy.
I'm kind of big. I'm gonna have to answer no.
It was worth a shot. I mean, you're a stone giant Goliath.
Storm.
Yeah. Storm. Oh, I don't know. I had stone. Storm and stone sound similar.
Yeah.
Don't allow actual giants hear that. So. Alright. I'm just gonna grab my pipe that I've been carrying with me. I guess I'm probably gonna have to make my way back. We're gonna need to have a long discussion about this, if of course any of us manage to get back together.
Jay and Hidalgo, you're here.
Oh. I mean, you said it's like kind of late now, right? Like close to closing time.
Yeah. Would you have not come then?
No. I probably would have been here for, I don't know, late dinner and wine or something, and then probably getting ready to leave.
Yeah. Well.
So you would hear my
Just-
yelling.
Yeah. I mean, if you were planning on talking to your friends, as soon as two of them are together, they start yelling at each other and trying to fight each other.
Drinking more and more wine as this sounds more and more worrying.
The parents are fighting again.
Yep.
It went from, oh, there's probably gangsters who want to kill us, to, oh, there's probably gangsters who want to kill us, and also the people who want to kill them might want to kill us. Cool.
A lot of murders and potential murders.
I don't think they would want to kill us. It's just us being killed would just be a byproduct of their methods.
That doesn't sound any better.
It doesn't.
Don't worry, you might die, but it's intentional.
We got dealings with Matthias and his issues. We have the dealing with all these elemental shits. We have the fair children involved, and then we have weird, freaky knives. I don't fucking know, but sane people. Maybe a new drug issue that's going through Wayports. What else
I was really hoping she was just gonna come through the door the moment I mentioned her.
No. I mean, she knows you're having this conversation. So many spy devices. But, no worry, when she kills you, you won't even you'll notice. You'll just get shot in the back of the head 3 times. Suicide. Cough, cough. Is Jay gonna mention cough, cough, beating a woman? Cough, cough.
Oh no, Jay is just getting worried by everything they're saying. He doesn't want to say anything.
I'm just gonna look over to Jay, just like, okay,
Hey,
that's my day. How's yours went, at least, Jay? I'm assuming you did you have a good time out in your library? Learn anything new? Meet a nice girl or
Oh,
something? I
I've
don't
just
know.
been reading all about what these people in organized crime do. Not looking real good. And now maybe I need to read up about these fair people. Oh no.
Hey Edmund, DC 0 insight check. Jay's fucking horrified. Pass. Jay's fucking horrified.
You all right? You know, well, I don't even fucking answer. Every time people ask that question, the answer is always no. Yeah, they tell you yes, they're lying. It's actually no. That's the reason why they're telling us not to really ask that question. Anyways, all right.
I mean, I guess last time they tried to kill us, we didn't die, so maybe we have a chance.
Well, we had a divine intervention in the form of methods popping up and basically distracting it. Because in case you guys forgot, there's a bunch of people in the darkness who were ready to jump us in case things were turning, and they were turning. We were actually a lot more.
So we are gonna die. Thanks for the help.
You're well. For all we know, this could just blow over, which I very much doubt. What's actually probably going to happen is we're probably going to be, by we I mean the me, going to get a door knock with some very sharply dressed people who probably want to know a little bit more on this situation, and that's if I'm lucky. And if I'm unlucky, instead of knocking on the door, they'll do it on the streets. Anyways. Hey, Nigel, is the kitchen closed
I'll
yet?
just
Or
keep
should I
saying
get
I don't
something
know
to go?
anything.
I'm just cleaning up in here, but I can make you something real quick.
Don't worry about it. Just give me some bar nuts to go, and that'll be enough.
Okay. He sort of quickly puts a few more in the dish, and just puts some also directly into your hand. Then
I just
goes over here.
just stuff the whole thing in my mouth and just start crunching loudly as I get up.
Well, and Dr. Goodwill is like, well, you all seem to be in quite a bit of trouble. But if you survive and need to get patched up, you know where to find me.
Of course, Doc, but that's the key word, surviving. I don't know about you, but I don't think I have as much of a good luck streak hearing the things you've done.
I mean, I suppose not, but I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. I guess maybe it's better that she lived, seeing as if she had died, then perhaps you'd have some actual bloodlust revenge out for you, and that'd be even worse, maybe.
Perhaps, but now instead of us revenging a fallen comrade, it's them getting even. And I'm expecting her to be coming with a vengeance. Speaking of which, it all go.
It wasn't even our fault.
It was. That doesn't matter to them, Jay. They were the ones who instigated it, but at the same time, though, we hurt their pride. And when it comes to these kind of crowds, pride means a lot more than money to them.
Most certainly. Yes, it's all about status in my experience. Prestige, respect, fear.
With what we did to them, we basically told them and effectively the surrounding terrain that they're not the top dogs. So of course they're going to want to try and re-cement their influence by making a point to remind everyone of their status. And there's no better way than violence. Make an example of people. That's how these crowds work. So, the solution is very simple. You either fight back and continue to tell them, hey, we're not to be fucked with, or two, run away with your tail between your legs and maybe they won't find you. And then there's the hidden number 3, you just die. It's the real word out here, kid. That's how it is.
Dick
Any
drinks
questions?
more wine.
Yeah.
Watch out for your liver, kid. Actually, how old are you? Probably older than me, in a literal sense.
Oh, yeah, no, he's to look the way he is, he'd have to be much.
Edmund knows that.
Yeah, but also, you can still call him kid. He's definitely sort of younger coded than you.
Yeah. I've been drinking wine for longer than a lot of these people have been alive. Don't worry about me.
I'm just gonna walk up to Hidalgo, reach for his shoulder, just like pat him. Hey, on the bright side, at least Fred might be coming back for a round 2.
Sorry, I'm eating.
In that case, I'd pat your shoulder while you're at the table. Actually, you'll be like this then.
I mean, I'm literally eating.
I know. But Hidalgo's also eating.
True.
Alright. Before I head out, is there anything anyone else would like to drop in terms of news bombs? Or should I just go and sleep till the next century? Good talk. And with that, Edmund is going to walk out the door and head back to his apartment. But also gonna be paranoid as fuck and gonna be checking his surroundings when he's walking.
And he was never seen or heard from again.
I'll make a new character.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to. Yeah, you need you to stay a bit longer, Dylan, so we can have a backup character. So yeah. Well, if no one has anything to say, then you'll be able to finish your wine and your food, and Hidalgo will be able to finish his food IRL, and then help Nigel and Plus clean up.
No one was even here. We had like 3 shot glasses to clean.
I mean, there are people throughout the day. It's just like we're.
You still have
past
to put up
that part.
chairs.
Yeah, you gotta put the chairs away. You gotta polish surfaces.
Very
You have to
thorough.
mop. You have to mop and dust. You have to be very thorough. You got to make sure the kitchen stays clean and organized.
I can reach the really tall places.
Yes, you can.
Now the question is, Mr. DM, do I get home safe?
You are very scared, and rightfully so. These people are dangerous. But you, despite your paranoia and looking over your shoulder, because of it, I guess, you don't notice anything immediately bad coming for you. Again, the idea that you might get bundled into a car and disappeared is not zero, but what's going on is so unusual and unprecedented. It's hard to know what will happen.
Fair.
So he just gave them your first name. There are plenty of Edmonds in Wayports, probably.
Fair, but they already know that there's an admin affiliated with a bartender name here. So in other words,
Yes.
they should narrow it down a little bit.
For snaps.
All right. So I would make you haul back to my apartment safe.
Yes.
All right. In that case, I will put my shotgun underneath my pillow and sleep.
Just sticking out on both ends.
And also, because with this knowledge in mind, I am now going to be carrying double the amount of shells on my person.
That's not unreasonable.
So instead of carrying, so the shotgun magazine is for a tube is 7, right?
I think for the normal one it's 7, yeah.
Yeah,
I should have it open. I forgot to.
I had it open, but then I closed it.
Yeah, I've opened and closed it several times. Oh, it's not pinned. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. That's why it's not pinned.
Tube shotgun. Here we go. Carry 7 shots. So in other words, factoring this in mind, I normally carry 14 shells. I will up it to 28 shells.
A lot of shells.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah. Does anyone have anything they want to do at the bar? I will wait until
Nope.
Mike or Seth, I don't know which one is which, is done eating, and then I will talk to Hidalgo.
Mike's not even here.
Oh, he's not Roll20, but he's in the call.
What?
See?
When you're done eating, it'll be your turn.
I mean, I'm still here. I'm just eating.
I know. Okay, in that case, once you're done cleaning up, Nigel will thank you, and you will start walking back to where you moored your boat. But once you get to like around the docks area, it's at this point it's pretty late. There are a few people, sort of night owls, wandering about. Some people doing maybe a last bit of work, or getting home from work, or just going out on a walk to clear their heads. Who knows? But dial up noise, dial up noise. When you start approaching your boat, where it's the little thing tied off to one of the piers, you see that there is a figure like standing at the. That's the end of the pier. So what's the close of the pier? Like at the mouth of it, I guess. Just sort of like leaning against sort of the wall that sort of prevents people from just falling directly into the ocean. And as you sort of walk towards your boat, this person will sort of like look up at you and sort of give like a beckoning gesture. Bearing in mind, you can't get to your boat without getting closer as they do this to you.
Oh, here, she's still muted.
Yep, it's fine. We can just groove out to this music.
Oh, this is my jam. I forgot, where'd you get this music from again? I like it.
Just free music.
Wow.
Just public.
Oh, you're back. Oh, I thought I heard. I'm back.
Uh-huh. I am back.
Oh,
Hi.
good. Mike, did you hear the thing?
Yeah, I did in fact hear the thing. I'm still eating.
That's fine. Okay.
Gotcha.
In that case, you know that can wait. Dramatic. The next day, are like, I guess I'll ask the lot of you. Yeah, like I said, I guess no. Do any of you think you're going to follow up on any of the leads you got yesterday? The three of you who have had your adventure yesterday, are you going to like try and follow that up? You're going to try and investigate into things, look into people, contact Diedrich, try and meet this weird halfling woman. Maybe see if you can find this Asimar.
Sorry, before we continue, who is Diedrich?
Diedrich Diedrich / Dr. Goodwill is just sort of
Dr. Goodwill
character. Yes.
He's a doctor.
Yes.
Oh, dang it. I was about to ping him, and then you removed him.
Yeah, he's gone forever. He's dead.
He had his use.
Yeah.
I know for a fact I would probably check up with Dr. Goodwill later just to make sure if he's heard any updates. Probably not about the person, and perhaps it would be the person, because the artifact, for all things considered, is now information that we won't get anymore unless we find the right people.
He said that the WSI took both of them. Took the man to treat him and the
Oh,
weapon to dispose of it.
no,
Okay.
so another.
I
But
also
I'll
will
still
throw
probably
out
check with
that
them.
the thing looked like a knife, but when you looked at it, it wasn't sharp like one. Like it wouldn't have actually made a good weapon. It was like it was as if it was meant to resemble a knife, like it was a wood carving or something. I mean, it was made of bone, so it would be scrimshaw then.
Well, I'm still calling it a knife just because to
True.
my eyes, it's a knife.
Yeah.
It could be something that you use to stab someone, if not really that well.
Yeah, but I will also add to the three of you. You have resources. Are you going to try and spend free time trying to maybe proactively learn something about where Matthias might be holding? Either with the NPCs you've met today or other sort of ambiguous criminal and or legitimate contacts you might be able to know. Ploss can ask the people at his AA meeting.
I'm the only one there. It's an empty room. It's just me in it.
Yeah, no, it's an empty room where you drink and it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, he just goes there to drink and he wears
Yeah.
a mask to cover it.
It's
obscure his face.
Alcoholics Anonymous. He is alone and anonymously is an alcoholic.
But
Edmund seems to know what we're doing, so I'm going to follow him. Also, he apparently was going to steal me from my job.
Wait, what?
He's gonna beat you up.
Oh, huh.
Edmund, are you going to try and maybe talk with any of your criminal contacts over the following day and perhaps subsequent days, or preceding days even?
I
To,
would
like,
probably
try and ask around to see what you can learn about what anyone knows about Matthias.
I would probably figure out more about him and also ask about recent activity of the fair children, because I'm sure wherever they go, people tend to notice.
Okay. Well, I would say you've asked about Matthias on the days that preceded this exciting one, and also can continue to sort of put feelers out for Matthias and the fair children afterwards. What you get the impression from some of the other sort of various gangs and criminal organizations and even just private individuals like yourself who work in or through or around sort of this area of the city, this sort of little sliver of territory in the sort of north and middle part of the island, that anyone who knew Matthias or knows about him is pretty sort of, maybe scared is the wrong word, concerned is maybe a better one, because he was never like he was a pretty small time guy with a pretty small time gig. Like, part of the reason people took loans from him was because he wasn't that he had this big bugbear as his enforcer, so he wasn't like toothless. He was a relatively simple guy with a relatively simple set of abilities, and would make threats more than he would follow up on them, kind of deal.
But now he's a force of nature.
Yeah, now that he has this, he seems to be sort of tripping on power. And what you're able to hear is that, after, almost a dozen of his men were arrested in one night, that's pretty bad. And so he and what resources he does have are sort of retreat, in hiding. You do know also, because these are the things that people track, that there have been patrols and investigations from various WSI enforcers, along with a specific two of their investigators in this region, trying to also follow up leads on Matthias. But so far, where exactly, you might be able to find out a few places maybe he's been or has gone to, but with the very sudden shift in his personality, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where he might be right now.
Gotcha. So,
but you do know that the WSI is around here looking for him. You also know that no one has seen or heard anything about the fair children being here other than you, which, I mean,
lovely.
if you even bring up that they're like, I guess it depends on how you phrase the question, but the idea of some singular Fairchild agent skulking around this region of the city is something no one seems to know.
Okay. I mean, obviously, bringing them up is very makes you go, why are you asking that?
Yeah, they're around. I spent around small-time criminals, medium-time criminals that you know. They're a bit of a boogeyman.
So in this case, it's more of like playing it off as like I've heard rumors. Want to know if there's any truth to them.
Yeah, that works. And people will say that maybe you'll hear some people that might affirm that they've heard like a whisper of a thing that their friend's cousin's brother told them. But it's all just rumors and hearsay right now. You can't get anything.
So nothing concrete. So that's
Yep.
both reassuring and also very concerning at the same time. All right.
Plus, are you
cool.
just gonna keep doing your job and let the smart people do theirs?
No, I'm gonna go with Edmund.
I mean, you have different jobs. I mean, Edmund is here some of the time, but he's spending time when he's not here, contacting his criminal contacts.
Okay, so I'm at a bar, and clearly,
if you want to eavesdrop and make bar conversation, that counts. That's one of the answers you gave me when I asked where you got your information. You said you just picked it up by working the bar.
Sure.
Okay.
He doesn't remember.
No, he doesn't.
Has Nigel taken the Electrum bars out of the register? Like it's a new day.
He empties that out. He has taken them out specifically. He doesn't empty the register every day.
Okay.
But he took those out specifically because they didn't fit in there right, and they're just sort of weird. You don't know what he's done with them.
Okay. I want to find Chain Lady. So I don't think we're going to find Gunman, so I'm going to find Chain Lady, because she's still alive.
Okay. Yes, she is.
So she will be easier to find. So
So that'd be right in the direction of the fire.
She's alive.
No, they ran.
Oh,
I
she's
mean,
alive.
yeah.
She got patched up.
Okay. So I am going to look for information on her, or listen for anything.
Well, you will hear, as people come and go of various walks of life, shopkeepers and merchants and the young people and the sailor types from the docks and yada yada. You will overhear a few sort of whispers of a few people complaining about encountering a very rude and somewhat intimidating woman. And they would make note of how she was clearly scarred along parts of her body. She was burned. And had recently suffered some kind of fire injury. And you do remember that Dane doesn't remember, because Dane remembers nothing, because the alcohol is eating his brain. But Kloss remembers that he used Searing Smite on her. So you burned her pretty bad.
Where are these rumors coming from? What part of town?
Okay. You continue to talk. You specifically, sort of as you listen over the course of like a couple days, you hear that there has been like, it seems to be the complaints are mostly coming from like people that work around, like there's a specific sort of storehouse not that far from here, and you think you've heard, or like a storehouse, like a store, like sort of district or region that where a lot of different sort of storage and lots and warehouse kind of buildings are, some of them in various stages of use and disrepair. And the people who come here that sort of work or live near that area seem to be the people who are saying these rumors. And I will say also that Edmund, part of what you would hear is that, maybe he's got like I think I heard him like trying to buy or steal a strong arm or occupy a squat, something over by that place, where all the warehouses are. But that's just one. Like, you would hear of a few like maybes, like some apartment blocks. The place you burnt down, like the not completed sort of lobby area, is a place that people would also list, but it's gone now. So that's what you hear, Plots. You hear a lot of people complaining about this very, very sort of intimidating, scarred up bugbear woman in this one area. Specifically, it's where you hear about people complaining.
Okay. How far away is it from here?
It's walking distance. Like probably it's like like a mile and a half, 2 miles from here.
Okay.
You can't really go. It's hard to walk around, like the way the crow flies here, but it's easy to get to, relatively speaking.
Is damn. Is Mike here?
Yes.
Are you in the
Okay.
bar?
No, you are approaching your boat. It's night. You're approaching your boat, and at the start of the dock, there's a person like leaning against the seawall. That let me get a different music for this sequence.
Right. Ploss is gonna go and he's gonna find Edmund, and well, he's gonna find everybody. Ploss has a great idea.
Okay, well, it is you encounter this strangeman. Okay, so Hidalgo, you're walking back towards your boat, and you see the pier you moored your dock at, and you see someone like leaning against the wall right near the start of this pier, and as you get closer, this figure sort of looks up and gestures you towards them. Bearing in mind, you can't, if you want to go to your boat, you can't not get closer to this person.
I'll look at him funny. I give him the stink eye.
Okay.
Does he react at all after, me being rude like that?
I mean, are you just staring him down, or are you trying to stare as you walk past him?
As I pass him.
Okay. As you do that, he will sort of lean a hand out to sort of gesture for you to stop and sort of listen to him, and he would say,
"What's your big idea here, buddy?"
"Hello there. Are you?" I'm trying to He's got a muffled voice. His voice is muffled as he speaks. "Hello there. Are you you're Hidalgo? Yes."
Who wants to know?
A concerned individual, actually. You see, I hear that you're having a lot of hard time getting work because you've run afoul of some petty criminal who likes to make threats.
So you got some ears on you, huh?
That I do.
So what's it to you?
Well, much like you, I am a child of the ocean. I enjoy my time on the waves. I think it's a very important thing. It's an important part of this city. People like us working out there day in and day out. And I think we should be helping each other, not hiding from one another. So I would like to help you with your problem.
Can you describe his physical appearance? Does he look kind of lanky or what?
He is a medium creature, not a small creature. So he's a human or an elf or an orc, but he's wearing a cowl. You cannot see, it was hard to tell from far away, but his features are you cannot see any of his skin. He has this hood on, this big sort of poncho looking almost like a poncho or a.
What's the size of this fellow though? With the cowl on.
With it on, it's hard to tell exactly what shape his body is. But he's a medium creature. He's shorter than you. He's not a Goliath. You can say that.
Is he wider? Is he on the wide side?
He seems like he's probably pretty strong. Like, he seems to be somewhat, like, muscular, somewhat wide under there, but again, it's hard to tell exactly. If he's telling the truth and he is a sailor type, he probably would have to be strong.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I was getting at, to see if whether or not he was actually an ocean man, you may say.
He does seem to be.
So, okay, so I'm considering the words he just spoke to me. So what are you trying to get at here?
Well, me and my associates, we're part of a group, you see, a collective, a conclave of people like us, people who are sailors and workers, people of the ocean, trying to, come to help each other. So many of us are impoverished and poor and downtrodden. Coming together, working together, is a way that we can raise ourselves up. Especially for someone like you in such a difficult situation.
If there's one thing I learned in life, it's that to live a simple life, it's better to be alone. All this mumbo jumbo with this Matthias guy just goes to show what it happens when you mess with other people.
Maybe.
So what does this group of yours have to offer me?
He would. There's these sort of this, and he was reaching sort of like these big sleeves he has. He reaches into it and pulls out something. What we have to offer, first of all, is community, but also power. And he pulls out this. It looks like this. It's hard to say exactly what it's made of. It seems to be made of maybe string or rope or kelp or leather. This weird, almost like something that he fished out, like some kind of fucking flotsam bound together. It seemed, and but he holds it up to you and you get a closer look at it. At the center of it is a heart, like the heart of an animal of some kind, wrapped up in this way. And on it is like burned this occult symbol. And I want you to roll Arcana or History as you see this occult symbol.
Oh.
Arcana or History?
Yes, whichever you want to know more about, or whichever one you.
And I'm just looking for it on my sheet. Arcana or History? And we're still level 1, correct?
Yeah.
You'll be level 0 if you keep asking.
Okay, I have a +3, so let me roll a +3. RD 20 +3.
That's
19.
pretty good.
Okay, and let's see one more time which stats you wanted to roll. Like what you
History.
Okay, this symbol is familiar to you. You've heard about it. Now you are a simple man, and your father was a simple man. Your father's father was a simple man that had simple desires and wanted to live just normal, mundane, simple, wholesome. But you know of this because this is a thing that when you do interact with other sailor folk, this comes up quite a bit. There is a superstition, this belief structure, this occult worship practice is what it really is, of an idea of something called the Black Whale. It is a collection of beliefs, basically, that holds that there is that, like, misfortune on the ocean, shipwrecks, storms, rogue waves, are caused by something that lives in the deep. And certain offerings and totems and scrimshaw and words can sort of placate this creature. And so you offer it respect so it won't sink your ship. And the symbol that's on this heart is one of the symbols that you know is associated with the Black Whale. You also know, like, how you feel about something this superstitious is your own business. But you have heard, you've never seen it yourself, but you have heard that certain people who use these occult rituals and objects enough do sometimes, they will develop magical properties. So there is some truth to this power, although What it is hard to say. Magic is a complicated thing. It's something you don't trouble yourself with, I imagine.
So you don't seem to be understanding here. I'm looking for a simple laugh. Community, I just explained why I don't need community. And power leads many men astray. Very much opposite of what I'm looking for here. So again, I ask you, what are you trying to get from me here?
I'm not trying to get anything from you. I'm trying to give you things, to offer you things. Now, you say you don't want community, you don't want power. I understand that, but community is more than just simply sitting beside someone talking with them. It's about an ecosystem, is what it is. And even you as an individual are part of this ecosystem in one way or another. And I think you would benefit from being a more having a specific role in that system, a role that I think is missing for a lot of people. And I wish to offer you a gift. I hear you, as I said, I hear you've run afoul of this character, and you seem to have affirmed that with how you talk about him. You seem to be perhaps in danger, in risk of getting into fight. This artifact, this object I offer you, can help you in a conflict. And I offer it to you freely. No charge, no strings attached. I won't expect you to do anything for me. I just want you to take it and consider my offer. And if this helps you in an upcoming fight, then maybe you'll reconsider my offer?
Can you describe what it looks like again? The object or the artifact?
It is this like bundle of like there's like ropes around it and like some dried seaweed and maybe like something sort of organic like leather or sinew wrapped around what like is like a dried mummified like animal heart. You can't tell what it but like it would fit. It's like it's smaller than your like it would fit in your hand. It's like a little bit bigger than a baseball, this whole thing.
I look at him funny again. Now, I'm open to this consideration you're giving me, but I have one other query. What are you doing underneath this cloak of yours? What are you trying to hide? I look at him funny.
I think everyone has something to hide, but me specifically, this is work attire. I do dangerous business late into the evening, and this heavy cloak protects me. I work in a slaughterhouse, you say, and there's all sorts of offal and poisons and things that happen.
I'll tell you what. I'll join your community. Frankly, it's probably a new setting for me compared to what's going on in the dark with this whole organized crime going on. And I will gladly accept this gift you are giving me. It would be rude otherwise in my culture. But only if you do one thing, and that is to look me in the eye when you give me this.
This person pulls back their hood, and they are wearing like a respirator mask. Like there are these like this it's fully covering their head, and it has this respirator tube leading down to like something on their back. It seems like, but they will unhook something of their mask and like pull it down a little bit. And like you can just see like the top half of their face. Like, they hold it like right here, so it's still sort of covering the bottom of their face. And it is dark out. You don't have dark vision, so they seem to be human. Maybe that you can't quite see their ears right. Like their hair is covering it, so maybe they're an elf. Maybe they're a really weird goblin. But they look at you with this weird mask getup, holding it, and he's still offering you this heart.
All right. I will slowly and gently accept the artifact that he is presenting.
Okay.
And I'll say, I won't ask what it is I'm looking at. or who it is I'm looking at, but I have enough empathy to suggest that I can see that you have lived a hard life. So I apologize for my transgressions.
I understand completely. These are hard. This is a hard city. These are hard times. I can understand being a bit wary, but I do hope you will consider my offer, and I do hope that object helps you very much.
I don't have pockets, so I just hold it in my hands back to the boat.
Right.
That you will do.
As you hold it and you look at it, I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
What? This is why I didn't want it. Wisdom saving. 20 plus 2. 17.
All right. As you hold this object in your hand, it seems like a normal heart. You don't know what this is or how it's supposed to work, but it doesn't do anything strange as you hold it. It doesn't emit glowing energy. It's just sort of there. But perhaps just the fact that it's like a mummified heart with an occult symbol carved, like sort of etched
Weird.
onto it. It's just sort of like it seems to sort of it just seems interesting, I guess is the way you would describe it. It's sort of there. Like, so I have a weird mummified heart with stuff on it. Okay. And as you look at it and you say to him that you turn back to your boat. And as you start walking to your boat, you hear like sort of this whooshing noise. And as you turn back to look, he is gone. Like you look up and down the street, there doesn't seem to be he's just gone. Quite suddenly.
I don't think too much about it, and I just go back to my boat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Ploss is gone. Edmund's there. Jay,
News of my goneness has been highly exaggerated.
Okay, then roll your dice for me right now. You have 3 seconds until you get a level of exhaustion. 1, 2, 3. Level of exhaustion, you die.
Oh.
Dane, I
really
thought
hope-
you
I really
did.
Why
hope
are you-
It didn't
your
make
house.
Why are you
come-
rolling a dice? Dead people can't roll dice.
Oh man, that was like a very late dice roll, my man.
Ploss is
Yeah,
Ploss
you
is
got-
dead.
3
Yeah.
points.
Dead
of-
people don't make history checks. What are you doing?
No, they are history checks. Boom.
Wow.
Okay. So yeah, plus over the course of a few days, you've been able to accumulate enough rumors about hearing people mention someone that seems to be the description of Grikella.
There's no chance he would have waited 3 days. Like the moment he had any understanding where she was.
What it is that you heard some people saying something, but you can't just drop everything on there's this big mean woman, or I saw some scary lady with some burn scars. There'd be a lot of people, but you're able to hear enough of them that you're able to now, after a couple days, be absolutely sure by Dane standards that this is a place you should check out.
Okay. So, over the days then, I would tell Edmund, hey, I'm probably not going to find What's-His-Bucket and his stupid magic gun, but we can find Grikella, and she will probably know where he is. So I've been hearing all this stuff about a mean lady with burns, and I did light her on fire. So,
Yeah, and this is what you're saying, Edmund?
Yeah.
Alright. And I may have missed the bit, so where exactly are we at the moment? To just make sure.
I imagine. Ploss is the one who just said he finds you, but what has transpired is that was one day, but over the course of what you guys talked about was that so far it's been the day, the fun exciting day. The 2 days prior, since the very exciting night you had, and now today, the day after, you both have just been absorbing rumors about what's happening, and now Ploss has heard enough that he, by Dane standards, is sure he's figured out where where people are continue to keep seeing her. And
Okay.
what he describes is one of the places you've heard Matthias might have had or still has some kind of safe house or residence or something. Holdings.
Alright, so with that in mind, I'll just pinch the bridge of my nose. Just, well, it's better than what we had previously. And if we're going to act, we need to act sooner than later, especially since now we have a good chance of other people being involved. So the sooner we get this done before other factions rally, the better. So sounds like a plan to me. But if we're going to go check a place out, we are surely not going to get a very warm welcome, which means we're going to need to be armed, armed to the teeth.
So here's my thought: is I go walking around the area that she was last seen. She jumps out of the shadows to hit me in the back of the head with a metal pipe, and you jump out of the shadows behind her and hit her in the head with a metal pipe.
I think it'll take a little bit more than that.
Damn. 2 metal pipes then.
If need be, a well-aimed shotgun blast to the leg should do it.
You can't get... Oh, legs. Yeah, no, you don't need legs to talk. Sure.
No, but that's the last resort. What about the others? Do they know what's going on? I'll take that as a no.
No. I mean, I thought it was smart, so I should ask you first, because you're the smart one.
Good. Did you talk to any oddly dressed women lately?
I mean...
The fact that you didn't say no is very concerning to me, Floss.
I haven't told anybody about this. No.
That is what I wanted to hear. Good. Alright. So, I guess I'll just wait for the others, then.
If you ask me that question again, I'm gonna come up with like weird goblin stripper names that regularly visit the bar.
God. I don't want to think about a goblin stripper, actually.
We are pretty far away from the part of the town where all the strip clubs and brothels are, so you wouldn't have to worry about that too much.
Damn, you ruined everything.
How long would it take to walk there?
Okay, let me think about it. Okay, so you guys are right here, like in this little section. You're not in the red zone, you're in the gray zone here. And
I don't think I see your ping.
Oh, you don't see my pings? Am I on the GM?
Oh, it's because you're on the GM layer?
No, I'm on the token layer.
Oh.
I didn't move you guys!
Oh!
Okay, so
Cool.
you guys are like around here,
Uh-huh.
north side of the town, near the docks, near like the main sort of red zone, but not actually in it. Over here is where all stuff is.
The pink light district.
That's a good joke.
Pink
that
light
pink,
district.
like this area right here, depending on what part of it you're in, like this is like where a lot of the entertainment and the shows and so like
One way to put
The goblin strippers.
at some parts of this you will find like theaters and like Broadway and they're movie theaters even, and concert halls, and in other parts you will find strip clubs and brothels.
Fancy goblin strippers. Got it.
So if you go to the right section, some people will call it the pink eye district.
No.
Oh no.
Is this where I take psychic damage?
700 levels of exhaustion.
And how much longer will this trip take, considering all the red dragons we're gonna have to fight on the way?
Oh, it's gonna be so many. Oh, it's gonna be 1 bazillion. Oh, you guys are so fucked. You're not gonna get any levels before or after you fight the dragons.
My levels. Oh no.
It's okay, guys. I just made it so that way we're never getting that level. My devilish plan is working all along.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
All the colors vanished.
So, actually, let's see,
Hey, the colors are back.
So yeah, yeah, you have one lead. Jay and Hidalgo, are you going to do anything? Or are you just gonna like meet up with the gang around sort of lunch-ish time?
I feel like Jay probably would have been now in the library reading all about the fair children to
Okay.
figure out how else someone might be killing him. And then at around dinner time, he'd be like, "All right, I gotta go get something to drink, get head out for the bar."
Is this
Okay,
like the old version of doom scrolling?
Yeah.
Yes.
At some point, Jay is just going to be a master of all these torture methods, like inadvertently.
Yeah. I will say that you can add since you've been investigating and reading this library, you can have a book in your inventory that's like +5 Fairchild history rolls, or just +5
All right.
Fairchild history.
I'll add this to my inventory, and still none of us will remember that I have this. But...
Correct. All right. So, yeah. So yeah, around dinner time, Jay will show up. Hidalgo, what are you guys? Are you gonna do more therapeutic fishing? You gonna look at this heart at all?
That was like nighttime. I thought I was sleeping.
No, it's
and then-
awake now.
Yeah, you, and then the next day.
Oh. Doc, I didn't even ask him about what it is about, like, where to find said community.
Yeah, I didn't mention that,
I
did
think
he?
that's the point.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Well, I don't dwell too much on whatever it is on the previous day for now, so I will just continue waiting my violence by just keeping myself occupied with fishing.
Okay. How far away from the shore would you go to fish, do you think?
Far enough from like the commercial fishing that's happening around the ports, I imagine.
No, he's dead.
So yeah, you'd be
I have a book about methods too.
you go around here probably. You probably wouldn't go out into the super deep water. You don't need to go that far, and it's a long trip. So I would say
Again,
wisdom
just far
save with
enough.
disadvantage.
Huh?
Actually, no.
Me?
Are you going to like? Do you do anything with the heart?
No,
Do you just leave it in your pocket?
I don't have pockets. I just leave it on the boat.
Okay. How do you not have pockets? Where do you keep things?
He eats them.
You have pants.
Yeah.
He's got a gullet. He stored seeds. A crop.
What would I be carrying that I would need pocket for?
We're going to drive this DM insane.
Money?
It's going to
I have
kill
a coin pouch.
going to kill us all, and we will
Maybe you just
disintegrate.
let it hang by your waist or something? Like tie a rope around it?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so you're going to fashion a rope to carry the heart with, or is that how you?
No, I'm just not carrying the heart.
It's not in his inventory.
He's just left on the boat.
Just leaving it there for someone to take.
Who's taking that?
This is the black hole bottle of this campaign. We've already found it.
No, it's not the black hole bottle.
Something's
The black
going to
hole bottle is something someone would
explode.
use.
Something is going to explode 12 episodes from now.
Until I have a reason to take it with me, it's on the boat.
Alright,
He's going fishing. He's not going in a fight, basically.
in that.
If
so
anything,
yeah,
I would use it as bait.
Damn.
This is how you summon a
Okay.
kraken. An elder kraken. An eldritch kraken.
As you spend the day and into the, as long as you spend like the day, I imagine, till like
Yes.
evening fishing, I will say that if you actually put it in the water, then we'll have problems. But I want you to make another wisdom save. If you just sit here with the heart on your boat
Okay.
with you.
Slash heart, D20 plus 2, 4.
As you sit there, fishing, just sitting there, having a good time, hours at a time, just alone with your thoughts in peaceful meditation,
Yes.
the heart beats one time. And you look at it, and you think, oh, that's a cool heart. I should take this with me when I go places.
Oh, so I just don't have a choice in the matter. I just happen to think that.
Why is it
yeah.
Mike that gets cursed in every campaign?
Yeah,
Immediately
like,
cursed.
Hidalgo does not recognize this, but his opinion on the heart has, like, Hidalgo has, you'll make more wisdom saves later, don't worry. Like, you suddenly find the heart far more interesting and appealing to you, and you would like to have it with you more regularly.
Got it. I guess it is now on my person.
Yes.
This guy. Unless I rolled a 20, he probably would have just done
No,
that
like,
anyways.
if you had rolled like higher than a 15, I would have said that you were fine.
It's just going to be on your boat.
Yeah, I mean, if you had left it on the boat, there would have been consequences for that too.
Oh, all right. Well, it's on my person now.
Okay. Good. But yeah, unless anyone else has anything else to do, I assume Jay, Hidalgo, everybody will meet up at the bar around evening time.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay, are you going to try and look for anyone?
I mean, Jay will just kind of eat his dinner and drink his wine and look around, see if he sees anyone or anything interesting.
All right. Well, once you all meet up at the bar, at the pub, I imagine that Ploss and Edmund will tell you what they've sort of sussed up from their investigations / eavesdropping.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're talking about stuff related to things we're doing, I'll listen.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Edmund and Ploss, are you going to mention to your friends now that they're here at the bar, the pub?
Oh yeah, like they're part of the team, so I'll share with them.
Okay. Role play. This is an order.
Hey, you know that bugbear with the chain that I lit on fire that probably wants me dead? We're gonna go find her. We're gonna use me as bait. Then Edmund's gonna shoot out her kneecaps.
As long as she was bait, okay.
Like, I thought Edmund was gonna clock her over the head and tie her up, but no, he immediately went to maximum violence. Edmund, you need to talk to somebody, dude.
Wait, did you actually say that out loud?
Yes.
Which part? They were gonna do that, or that he needs help?
Did both of you just miss her during that fight in here in the bar?
What?
You both remember that interaction, the fight?
Of course he doesn't. He's drunk all the time. Do you remember the fight you had? Is that an ice cream bar? Do you remember the fight you had?
No to the fight, yes to the ice cream bar.
Okay.
The one where you guys both tried attacking her and missed, and then Jay put everyone to sleep.
Yeah, but he didn't try and shoot her in the knees with a shotgun.
No.
Yet.
Yes. I mean, I didn't have my shotgun with
Yeah,
me.
he didn't have the shotgun.
Also, we've leveled up like 7 times since then.
We're now -3, Dane. Keep it up.
We've leveled up 7 times and been demoted a level for asking if we've leveled up like 12.
Look, I'm just saying.
So we're level -5 now.
Ploss's lack of intelligence is because he has +15 meta knowledge.
Meta knowledge is illegal. This is how you get struck by God.
Ploss turns into a jello mold. We don't know why.
This spot, like, hey guys, I just had this knowledge out of nowhere. There's a creature called a behold, and then he just gets struck right then
Yep.
and there.
He just turns into a teaspoon. We don't.
Yeah.
It's weird. That happens to him sometimes.
New person who can kill me. DM. Time to look them up in the library.
You find a copy of the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide.
Oh no.
It's over. Alright,
Okay, so Hidalgo is worried that we didn't even manage to land a single blow on her before. That was
Yes.
close quarters. Like, if I could have gotten my back into that swing, I would have clocked her.
I mean, when Ploss and Hidalgo teamed up on her, you nearly killed her.
when, just so you know, when it comes to my shotgun, if it's something that's about my height level, I can hit it and I can kill it. Otherwise, I might have a hard time hitting it.
And she is tall, and he's short, so he should be able to shoot her knees, no problem.
Correct.
I'm not that short, plus.
How short is Edmund?
I'm perfectly average for my size.
He is 5'10".
Oh. I could have swore he was like...
5'11", 6 feet.
Yeah, 5'11 is medium, 6 feet is large.
Okay. Did you ever see
Yes.
the show Invincible? That like demon that goes around wearing the hat? That's what I imagined Edmund looked like this whole time.
Have you ever seen the show?
Yeah, that.
I can't because I can't see it.
Even wearing the hat? What?
More red dragons. I'm putting in more red dragons. So many levels of exhaustion. You're losing so many levels. Okay.
Oh. So basically, our next plan of action is to go to this location where they've been last sighted.
Yes. And it's up to you. Like, you could go right now and try and ambush them in the middle of the night. You could spend a few days trying to plan.
Look, if I thought of this, Pinkerton children probably also thought of this. What are they called?
The fair.
Fair children.
Fair
You
children.
got it half right.
Yeah, mix of A, mix of B.
The Pinkerton children. Alright.
We're employing child labor now.
That's all
We
I got
could-
out of that whole conversation.
So we have two pros and cons here. If we go now, we will have the element of the surprise, and there's a chance that they will be there. The cons is, well, it's just us. I don't think there's really anyone else that we can really use to assist us, or at least in short notice.
Nigel will, as you're having this conversation, be like, well, actually, there is something. And he'll pull out a card. I don't know. I think I told you about this. That lady friend of yours came by and gave me this. And he'll hand it to you, Edmund, because you're the one person here with their head screwed on, right?
I take the card and I look at it.
On one half, it's like there's like a little header on the top that seems to be like just like it was just printed mass production style of the Institute of Extraplanar Studies, and the symbol that is that was on her signet ring that is a symbol for that school. What did you use to make those symbols for the guys? It was like Guild Wars 2 or something.
Yeah, I use a Guild Wars emblem editing.
Maybe I should use that. Anyway.
It's pretty helpful. I use it for a lot of the mages, anyways.
Yeah, that, and then below it, it says her name, Kreia, written on it, and on the back side, it there is like what seems to be like drawn on it is just like a doodle of fire.
I look close at it.
There's no number on it.
Fire.
So it's like a doodle, like a picture of a fire on the back side of the card.
Do I burn it?
I didn't get a chance to look at it before she left. I would have asked if I could.
You know what? Anyone got a light? Who knows? Might as well try something. If not, maybe she'll come back and give you another one, Nigel.
He like reaches out into his pocket and pulls out he smokes cigars.
I take and light the corner of it, and just hold it as it burns.
Have you seen Flash Paper?
Oh.
Like you're like, oh, I'll just burn. Whoosh,
Oh.
goes up, and it's like this. It like gives off this sparkle, like it's yellowish for a moment, but you see like wisps of something else in there, like a different color that's hard to immediately identify, and you take 0 fire damage. And after like 45 seconds, the door to Nigel's bar opens up and Kreia walks in. And I will, first of all, I will remember to put you all on the map. And next I will remember to change the music to more appropriate music more frequently. Because I am fine. Okay, put it right here. Over to music. Make it this. Okay. And then she, let me, if I, you are over here.
Oh.
And she walks in the door.
I just look over. Wow, you're pretty fast.
Knowing how to travel through magical means has its advantages. She's still wearing like a sort of just the denim pants and the simple sort of jacket, with little elbow pads on it. Got her hair done up in a hair still done up.
Well, at least we know how it works now. So, essentially, we have an idea of the location of someone who would contain information on where we can find the owner of our magical weapon.
We know no such thing, I don't say.
I
just give people there applause.
That's good to hear. I've been trying to do some investigations myself, but there have been fires, literal and metaphorical, all over the city we've been dealing with. But I do have a bit that I can work through. But if you guys have leads, then let's just start with that.
Alright, so Plus actually knows this information more than I do. But I just like glance at Plus.
She looks
I relay my incredibly loose and sketchy, might not be worth anything information that I've been hearing from bar patrons.
She hears what you're saying and she nods and she looks at her chalk slate and she doesn't write on it, she just looks at it for a second and then puts it back under her arm. There were a couple sort of pings in that area. I think it's worth checking out. It's one of the best leads we have right now, I think. It's not a lot, but might pan out. When were you all planning on doing that?
I think it's better for us to act sooner rather than later. Because as of unfortunate circumstances, other parties are aware of this and may possibly act as well. So in a way, we are on a much shorter clock than we anticipated.
Other parties? About the gun?
They start with F and ends in air, children.
Her face drops a little bit, and you see you see her. Well, she's done a couple times now. She looks off to one side, like she's not here right now, and then looks back at you guys. Okay. I didn't expect them to hone in on this issue, but you're right. If they are here looking for this gun, then we should get it first.
Which means the longer we wait, the more it gives Matthias time to regroup and grow his forces, and also allows other parties to act as well before we can. So the fact, even though our information is not concrete, the fact at least it's a lead, and if it all works out, we can possibly get our hands on the right-hand woman, and that she would know a lot more than we do.
That's definitely true. Well, I have my slate. I got my clothes. I'm ready to go. If you guys want to do this right now.
I also
I
do
agree with
have.
that. The
One,
faster we get Matthias out of the picture, the better.
not two. But I do have an unrelated question.
All right.
I'm not sure if your group would be involved in this since everything is up in the air, but due to the fact that we're dealing with a lot of extraplanar, that's the word, right? Situations.
That is the technical term, yes.
Have your group ever gotten the hands on an artifact by a certain WSI group, and that looks like it's made of bone?
Made of bone? I don't think so.
Carved crudely in the shape of a knife, owned by a
Uh,
man who's definitely very much off his rocker.
I don't think
Speaks about the
so.
ocean.
I've
Guess
been
not.
I've been a bit buried in my books right as in my work recently. If the WSI found something they thought was the way you're talking about it makes it sound like it might be cursed. They would probably give it to the campus, but they wouldn't give it to us unless they thought it actually came from somewhere. I could ask around. There's a few places that might go depending on what exactly it was and what it was doing.
It's an object I had ran into, and for all I know, it was just an intuition, and we all know gut feelings are not always accurate. But if you can find out anything about this, if it were to pass its way to you or your campus, I would like to know.
I will see what I can do. They also might be keeping it themselves. They do have specialists that work on certain magical phenomena themselves.
In that case, we probably wouldn't know anything until they ask for assistance.
Yes. We can discuss this strange artifact you found later, though. We should head out soon.
And that's when I grab my shotgun and I rack a shell into the chamber. I'm ready.
All right. I will actually point over at you, Hidalgo.
Okay.
You said you wanted like a harpoon gun alongside your actual regular spear, right?
Well, I was looking for a harpoon gun, but I ended up getting a spear because I couldn't get a harpoon gun.
Okay. I've looked at some things. I've thought about it. Do you have? Let me just double check one thing real quick because now I'm not literally looking at it, so I don't know anything anymore. Like all my information in the game is drained out of my brain instantly.
Just when you're trying to recall it, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
I am asking if do you have 13 strength? Do you have 13 dexterity?
Do I have 13 dexterity? I do not.
How much dexterity do you have?
11.
Okay.
That's a monk? What's
What
your
is that
strength?
supposed to mean?
What is your strength as a monk?
16.
You're a strong monk.
I thought monks are physical classes that use strength.
No, they don't.
There's
This is a
their
conversation we
dex-
can have. We can talk about this later. It's like, okay. If you want a ranged, if you want a harpoon gun, that would be a light crossbow or maybe a heavy crossbow. You heavy crossbows are going to be difficult to use because you don't have enough dex to succeed on the heavy property, which would be.
I don't necessarily have to shoot with it. I can still use it like a regular spear.
I will let you have, for the sake of just like numbers on paper, I will let you have like the melee be the spear, and you also can have I guess the heavy crossbow if you want to have disadvantage but higher damage, or the light crossbow if you want actually the light crossbow, and those can be your options for what your harpoon gun is.
And I'll take it. I'll take the heavy crossbow.
Okay. Okay. So so everyone is ready to go do the guy?
Go do crime. Yes.
Okay.
We're off to find the Wizard of Oz.
In that case, you
Yeah.
will all head out. And I think fuck. I think that can do it for today.
He's gonna
Yeah,
say it.
that'd be a good stopping point.
Yes, because
No. He's gonna say it. Let him say it.
Yeah, sorry. We have the floor.
Oh, wait, we're level.
1.
What?
He said the thing.
It's okay, guys. We didn't even do anything to really accomplish that.
What do you mean?
Getting
He's
there.
not a very good lead on an enemy.
I gave away
Yeah.
pertinent information to a crime
We're all gonna
organization.
die.
You know what?
You gave pertinent information to an antagonist.
Wait, so what is this called? Is it called
Thank you.
milestone levels or like EXP levels or like what are we doing
Milestone.
with?
Milestone.
So if, let's say my milestone is to find and kill Frank. Would I level up?
Milestone means the DM tells you when to level up.
Dang it.
Yes.
So you're saying that I'm like find
You know what?
Frank.
I have
What
plans
said
and
level up.
machinations and schemes. You will do this encounter, however it goes. The end of that, you will be second level. This upcoming encounter.
Oh, this is his way of saying, stop asking.
Yeah, there's a really fun way to say shut the fuck.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay, so yes, you have successfully had your own little side adventures, and learned some information, met some side characters, and also you did make a little bit of money, and you will.
Wait, we made money.
I
No,
made
he did.
money.
Yeah,
I
he
made
did.
money.
Yes, and you will now. You're on your way to once again have a fight in the middle of the night, or late in the evening.
I mean, that's one crime does do the crime.
What?
You know, that's one crime does the crime.
That is,
Yeah.
that is definitely what that expression is.
I think the term is crime in the case. Well,